that we don't have any proponents on the road. We don't have outside parties except for community members. But we have invited Nathan Cohen also to come and listen, to hear where we're at in this conversation, because that's important. So, another reason why we're having these, I guess I should introduce myself. So, my name is Kispiox. I'm from the house of Tigasa, from here in Kispiox, of the Kispiox clan. And that is the hat that I'm wearing tonight. That is why I'm hosting this meeting. Because a lot of the conversations that led up to this meeting and the previous meeting were basically, we need somewhere where we can sit down and talk as a community, as a nation, about these pressing issues. Because it's been 8-10 years since this has been on the table. You know, we all thought it was going to be non-existent for a while. But then it suddenly came back, and now we're at the point where, you know, construction could start on this pipeline within a matter of weeks. And these permits under the old environmental assessment process could be entrenched forever, and that will have an impact on our Lafayette. We'll be talking quite a bit about that, about the environmental assessment certificates, about the legal context of where we stand, as we stand. But remember too, I don't represent any of the signatories, I don't represent any other will. I'm simply speaking from the standpoint of a 31-year-old Gixan. And something I also want to emphasize is tonight I really want to focus on solutions. Because no matter what, I think we all have the same goals. And that is to have a strong Gixan society, a strong community, a strong Lafayette, a strong territory, clean water, clean air, and salmon that we've been enjoying tonight. And just can we get a big round of applause for our chefs? Oh my goodness, I haven't even had a chance to take a bite yet, but I'm looking forward to digging in. So yeah, staying oriented on solutions. Because I know in that 8-10 years since the original agreements were signed concerning Gixan and the province, there's a lot that's happened. You know, we've been through a whirlwind with looking at what happens with our neighbors, with the whole Coastal GasLink project, looking at how these agreements play out. And those are some of the concerns that I do want to raise tonight, and why I think we really need to sit down in these spaces to discuss it between wills, within wills, in any of those capacities. Because it's my worry that, you know, we can get locked into a situation in the near future, you know, where we will have some of our own people being forced to litigate against other people. Some of our own people being forced to essentially play the position of the Wet'suwet'en and Net councils. And, you know, there's a lot to talk about. I really want to tread carefully as well. Because, you know, it's not my place to speak about other people's Lafayette. And I know there's a lot of representatives here who can share from their perspective, you know, their train of thought when it comes to this project, when it comes to Lafayette, all that. There's a lot of will membership too, and I feel that knowledge is essential to all this. And we'll be sharing, you know, myself, a few other people I could note around the room, what we've gathered, you know, over the past decade or so. And, you know, the spirit of this is really just to be from the heart, off the cuff, us sitting down and talking about something that could very well impact the Gixan society and our whole community in ways that are unprecedented. I think we've never had a project in this scope before. We've never had to deal with governance issues in this scope before. And the way I see it, looking into the future and looking at, you know, what's happened on Wet'suwet'en territory, Like one project always issues in many more projects. Soon that right of way becomes access for forestry, for mining, for a whole host of other proposals that will be dropped at our feet. And something that I always think about is what we have right now is the most precious resource in the world. And that's the land, that's the clean water, that's the fresh air. I've traveled a lot in my lifetime. You know, some notable places have been Tanzania, Peru, New Zealand, other places, and what I can guarantee you is that just the fact that we can go outside and it doesn't smell like manure, it doesn't smell like chemicals, it doesn't smell like industry, it doesn't smell like you can name it, I'm sure you've all smelled smelly places. But the fact that we can do that is a treasure in itself, and it's something we take for granted. Every time that I go away from home and come back, that's the first thing I notice. Whether I'm stepping off the plane or getting out of the car, it's the amazing freshness of the area. And everywhere I've gone, you'll find rivers that are dammed up, rivers that have pollutants or offshoots or connected to tailings ponds or a whole host of other contaminants. And just the fact that our water is clean for 300 kilometers north of here with almost zero human input, I think that's a miracle in itself. And all these factors will only appreciate in value over time if we look at trends around the world, if we look at where everyone's headed. I think that's something that I always want to keep in mind, and a message that I'll share with my own syndicate is that when it comes to all these discussions, all the resources we're talking about, whether that's land, water, timber, sand, minerals in the ground, the fact is that will only appreciate over time. So, just once again, I hope one more housekeeping item. I intended to have door prize tickets because we have 5 cash prizes of $100. So when that gets here, we'll hand those out. But if we don't get the door prize tickets, I'll just point randomly at my family members. Just did it. I think I heard a cousin cheer there. Yeah. But yeah, so I'll probably have more to share later on as well, and I think, I do want to open it up if, some folks want to do more in the opening of our style, because the whole spirit and intent of this is, we're not going to have big presentations. We're going to talk about the pipeline, we're going to talk about our perspectives, and it's really just mutual education. Because at the end of the day, I think a lot of folks from my generation, we really just want to avoid a conflict. We're always ready for a conflict with the Crown. Looking at you, Mr. Cullen. But the one thing we always want to avoid is conflict within our own people. And I think now is the time really where we need to sit down. We need to talk about the issues. We need to talk about the concerns. We need to talk about GIGSAN governance. We need to talk about all this. And there's a lot of reflection to be had in the past 10 years. And I'm really grateful for many of the Sigigamana who are here because you are the legal backbones of our society. And I 100% acknowledge that I'm only in the process of learning so much about how deep and beautiful our culture, our ayok, our way of life is. And so I'm just very grateful that so many people that I would consider mentors, teachers, people that I look up to very much with my whole heart could be here in attendance tonight because, there's a lot of questions. I know that there's a lot of folks in the room who do have the answers. And yeah, I'll leave it there for now. Actually, maybe I should do just a quick overview of this pipeline. for context, just very quickly, for folks who might not be familiar, we have maps that are across the room. We have smaller maps that pertain to the different nahia that are impacted, and I would just kindly request that those be reserved for the relevant votes. And I guess just to briefly do an overview, this pipeline would enter Kispiox territory in the east, into Saskatchewan. It would go through the territory on the map that would be under Lukaziwis, and then it moves up, and it moves through a stretch of Yabasif territory, and then it goes behind Naimar Mountain, where it'll connect the Salmon River Road to the territory on the map under Guquinos. And then it'll follow that up all the way to, I believe, Whitson Creek. Maybe someone give me a thumbs up if that's right. Yeah, Whitson. And then it would cross the Skeena. That would be one of the major crossings, not too far north of here. And then it would follow its way up the Kispiox Valley, where it would cross again the Kispiox River, after moving through Delbamuk territory and Pintaha territory. Again. And it would cross near Smansna, north of Bearclaw Lodge, up the valley road here, and then it would move into Gitludash territory in the Teo, and then after it's into the Gitnyao territories. That's just a rough geographical overview of the pipeline and basically the road it would take, and that's notwithstanding the right-of-way. What that would entail, the different processes, the environmental assessment, the river crossings, and the other infrastructure, including man camps, which I believe there is a proposed man camp that would be at the end of the Pope, up the valley here. So I think that's just some context for what we're going to be discussing, and just keeping in mind too that if they achieve a substantial start, which I believe is what this government and the Western LNG out of Texas are working on achieving right now by starting construction of the NAS, that if they do achieve that, then the permits for all that infrastructure I described on that road would essentially be locked in. So we have, I think, a brief window here. If we want to make a move as a people unified, if we figure out a unified strategy, I think that would be for the best. And that's, my hope and intentions in gathering folks here tonight. And I just also quickly want to do a shout out to Tara Marsden, who couldn't be here tonight due to health reasons, but that's also one of the people I consider a great inspiration in my life. If you're watching, we are and yeah, we're doing everything we can. Hey. So, I'll start handing the mic out. I think if anyone has, any more comments or context, or maybe these opening remarks, but I think I just really want to emphasize again, working towards solutions. Because we have a big question ahead of us, we have a short timeline, and yeah, this meeting is just an opportunity to come together to discuss these issues, and I think ultimately we have to be on the same page, no matter what. I know it's easy, to feel, how would I put it? It's easy to go on the offensive, I would say, but for the purpose of this meeting, I just really if we want to pick a direction and we want to succeed, we just really need to hash out the details. We need to sit down.
I'm just grateful that I see some amazing minds here that I'm sure could accomplish such a feat. So we'll be doing a roaming mic style. I originally intended for it to be one big round circle like last time, and we could just go around the circle. But I noticed we had a lot of food and I didn't want people eating on their laps again like last time. Okay, ça va. So raise your hand if anyone wants to jump in.
My English name is Christine Wilson, and my ancestral shared baby name, Wilkaiwas, is added up, which means the cup that wanders off and returns a warrior. I was the director of advocacy for Indigenous women when I worked in Vancouver. I was laid off in February, and I decided the day after I'm going to move home for many reasons. But the main reason, because it's wholesome, it's peaceful, and I wanted to be where my ancestors walked. One of the biggest initiatives that I launched was an MMIWG database, national database. My first 2 weeks on my job, Minister Haju was one of the guest speakers at the coalition meeting that I attended. And I asked her when it was opening time to ask questions, why is there no national database? And she said, you need to be a lawyer. And when she said that to me, it was a bit arrogant, and I took that as a challenge. Then I caught COVID, and then I was out of work for a month. But during that whole month, what I noticed on Facebook is that the numbers for missing, murdered Indigenous women and girls, men and boys, LGBTQ, it didn't go down. Every day, every week, you see somebody missing, or somebody who was found unalive on Facebook. And I was laying in bed, recovered from COVID, and it drove me bananas. So the first day that I returned back to work, I called Rise Legal Women's Services Society. I talked to the ED. I talked to her about Savannah's Act and Not Invisible Act. National Women's Resource, Indigenous Resource Society in North Dakota actually successfully launched that in the United States. And that's our sister, United States. They too share, what we endure and what we experience here with MMIWG, over-representation of missing, murdered Indigenous women and girls and boys, LGBTQ. She said, Christine, you need policy writers and analysts. So I started out my mission, BC Civil Liberties Association, UBCIC, BC Native Women's Association, BC Native Justice Council. I pulled all of these women together, and together we started to lobby. We met with ministers, we met with MPs, we met with MLAs. And they gave us one thing, feedback, but we had to start a research, start a legal memo. So we did. It took a year actually to get that legal memo complete. 2 years in the making. UBCIC passed a resolution over a year ago, and then they passed a resolution again. So now we have a letter to Minister Haju, as well as the Minister of Indigenous Affairs that actually provided a letter regarding Savannah's Act, Not Invisible Act, to be adopted by Canada. On a national level, no jurisdiction, harmonizes the provinces, because we all know that Picton benefited from jurisdiction. The reason why I'm talking about this is because MMIWG, men, boys, LGBTQ, that number is just going to increase. I work also with Midnight Order Database, a grassroots database, no funding at all. You know, the ladies that are on that database team are from University of Calgary, as well as the University of Toronto. They've gathered 12,000 MMIWG, 12,000 missing murdered people in Canada. And that dates back to the 70s. Doesn't go back further than that. What this database means, it'll create accountability. Because a lot of the times you hear from families that the RCMP or municipal police forces, they're not identifying, you know, the families or the person who's missing correctly. We have a lot of white passing, you know, First Nations. So when a file is, you know, being written up, and if they're white passing, they're not even identified as First Nations. The RCMP municipal police forces assume that they're Caucasian or Asian. This means that there'll be a national task force as well. They have that in the United States. And out of that MMIWG task force, 2 pieces of legislation were actually created out of the task force. A year after it was launched, these 2 acts. I'm going to talk about like statistics when it comes to the pipeline. Impacts on women include higher levels of sexual assault and harassment, and family and domestic violence, increased gender inequality as a result of high wages for resource sector workers that drive up food and housing prices. I've taken a look at Facebook, and you'll see that there are market housing, like in Houston, Terrace, Kitimat, where it's like $1,500 for a 1-bedroom. And that's about the same price that we're paying in Vancouver, except the property amount is a lot higher in Vancouver than it is here. I've done workshops around trafficking with the youth organization. And when I did these workshops, in Canada, 52% of our women, girls, men, and boys are trafficked. As far as census goes, our numbers finally, you know, went up to 1 million. So what's 12%, you know, 12% of 1 million? That's 12,000. That's a lot of our people that go missing. This pipeline concerns me. They talk about like how many jobs, like how much did that piece of paper say about jobs? $800 work camp in Kispiox. Wow, that's a lot. I talked to EAO last week. I asked about Kitimat, and they said, oh, well, we contained that. And I said, well, what about shift change? Can you guarantee that these transient men that have been locked up for 2 weeks have no interaction with the public? That they're not going to hurt and harm our people? You know, especially during shift change. They can't guarantee that. He said to me that if you hear anything, let us know, and we'll look into it. So, great. Yeah, we'll come up with that and see how well you guys investigated, especially the RCMP. RCMP minimize, any MMIWG, NPRs, missing person reports that are done. We're not treated as equals. There's no justice for us. I was just fortunate to fill a position, the downtown east side, on a provincial and federal level, to push these acts. Not only for Gitxaans, but all Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit people in Canada. And I'm really proud that my mom, Haiwas, she too takes a look at that bigger picture and sees the damages that can be done, by these projects, whether it be pipelines or mines. Sure, the land is going to be changed and affected, but lives are going to get lost. When I received that letter from UBCIC just before I came here, I cried. We haven't won yet, but it's a small victory. And I hope for those that, take decisions like this and shoulder them and make decisions on our behalf without informed consent and consultation. You take a look around in the room, how many of our Gitxaans here have lost a loved one? How many cousins, sisters, mothers, aunties, how many? Show these Samokans who have signed how many you've lost, because I know personally, I've lost 3. And I would sure hate to see more of our people getting hurt and harmed, murdered, or missing. It breaks my heart that those who sign cannot look ahead and look around. We suffer so much colonial violence. When does it stop? I lived in Vancouver for 22 years with my daughter, my mom and my dad, my sister and my family. We didn't have salmon as plentiful as we do here. I suffer from psoriasis, and I've been using our own medicine, topical and what I can drink, and it's helping me a lot more than Big Pharma. Our wild berries, I had to go to the store. I always joke, my medicine picking is at Shoppers, and my gathering and hunting is at Superstore. I meant half of it. I'm happy to be home, and I hope that I can continue my work that I did in Vancouver and bring it here for change, because I know Haiwas has moved back for that purpose as well, and I stand beside her. So please, think of our people. Amaya, thank you.
Sindiket, sige mana, wiwaladit ko Wilfred. To sidi simul paksum, amayuk sa tun ng isksum. Will ida of sakot, am suwa katayan. Kahit isimul pula, sitakit, kahit agot. Kastigis, kada kam atlas ne dikyok ne amayuk ng iskum tum amuksit adik tim digibu dumay wilps kukunuks muli sabit ko het no mula das kukunuks Had ik wat kalboen en zwaar doen, zijn die get. Maar dan om het laatst. Zet dit. Zet uit dit. 2014. Nee, die hebben wil dit. When die hebben wil dit doen. Ze maken het gewoon in jaar. Schraubstick sind gegangen. Ja, zijn zaad van eerste pollen, maps, jullie is goed nog. Want ja, dit wala streksen dit nog hip, zijn gegangen. Wait, no. Noom de op zo'n zit, toen belak dit noom, zijn geget. Wala yung twist. It kan wist, gebeurt 10 years. Inalilag is dit, waar je hebt hem om sa tama dit. My name is Arthur Wilson. My name is Dim Digaboo. I come from the house of Good Gooks, White Owl. We have a huge house of Wilnadaf members who depend on our land to sustain us as it has for thousands of years. When PRGT and the province of BC proposed and planned this pipeline 10 years ago, they never asked us for our opinion. They never asked us for our consent. And they sure never asked us to trespass onto our territory. They never asked to do the destruction that they did on the first go-round. And the second go-round, increasing the destruction on this proposed pipeline. 10 years ago, they didn't follow their own laws, and they knew it. I followed them all the way to Prince George to challenge them in front of the BC Environmental Assessment Office. They didn't follow their own laws then to gain the permits and the certificates that allowed them to go onto our territories and begin the destruction. And they sure as hell haven't come knocking at our door again when they're planning to resurrect this monster. None of my ancestors have ever given up our rights to this land. We've never lost it in battle to anyone. The blood of my ancestors have run on that ground. The bones of some of my ancestors are buried there. And the Nisga'a have the nerve to ask the question, whose graves have they disturbed? When they come onto Gitxsan territory, because it's them that want this damn pipeline, not us. If they want the damn pipeline, run it through your damn territory, not ours. A huge chunk of this proposed pipeline will go through Gitxsan territory. On the first go-round, they did not conduct any kind of research on cultural heritage. And they had the nerve to say that there was only minimum heritage that they found on our territory. I asked them how they found that out. I asked them how they found out that there were no raptors. They said there were no raptors on our territory. You know what their answer was? They flew a helicopter over Gitxsan territory and found that there were no raptors like eagles on our territory. And they gained a permit based on that false information. A certificate was granted based on that false information. They went 10 years ago and took down a whole bunch of our timber. We never got compensated for that, to this day. A new project has been defined, and they're depending on using the same old permits that they got 10 years ago, under false pretenses, Mr. Cullen. I expect you to stand up and defend our position when you go back to Victoria, because what they did then was bullshit. And they're trying to do the same thing again. The last time we went in to protect our territory was back in 1995, when they planned on clear-cutting Smudgehog. We went in and defended them, and we did a quick study just because that's what they wanted. They didn't believe our thousands of years old of information that we had on our territory. The bastards didn't even look at that 10 years ago. Our blueberry patch fed all the people in so many villages up here. We did a study on that, they didn't even look at that. More recently, the forest license that, what the heck was that company name that held that, Jack? More recently. That's who holds it now, but before that. No. Their office was in Paris. Anyways, they changed that. Again, without consulting us. Gitxsan Development Corporation sold that to a permit. They've gone on and they cleared cut on our territory without even consulting with us. And lo and behold, it's right along the pipeline. They're starting to do work illegally on that. Playing with the processes that are available through them, through the province. We haven't gotten compensated for all that wood that went out of this area from our territory. Legally, who's liable for that? Because part of you look at a strategy, I'm going to be looking at getting them compensated for all the destruction that they did without our permission. Province of BC for issuing those licenses. The changing of hands of licenses, and we weren't even notified or consulted. Gitxsan Development Corporation, falsely claiming, and and look what they're doing to our territory. They're liable. Just because they're a good sand company doesn't mean they're not liable. Because they're breaching ethics here by what they're doing. And I'm quite sure that there's precedence on that already. The forest company. Ten years ago, there was no UNDRIP acknowledged by Canada or by BC. Now we have it. I guess it's just an empty instrument that means nothing. I was so happy to hear BC was the first provincial legislature in Canada to support UNDRIP and to give it strength and breadth by passing provincial legislation. DRIPA. Where is that when we're dealing with issues like this? Nobody has come to talk to us. And in fact, very deliberately, the province, the Mid-Sand Development Corporation, and all the others that play on the dynamics of our house groups. There are conflicts everywhere. That is our business to settle, not yours to use. So what they've done, they trot around and try and get a signature of anybody that's willing to receive money. And people said that they didn't get money for signing bits of paper. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw how some house groups were isolated by using only chiefs to sign. You don't sign documents that way. The Gitxsan decision making by consensus. That means we have to sit down face to face and talk it out. That's what you do as will enough before a subordinate or a representative signs on your behalf. So all of those, as far as I'm concerned, those damn agreements that were signed are illegal. They mean nothing. And the draft that I saw, why I would never sign, required us to defend PRGT and the province of BC when it came to this pipeline. No damn way. I would never sign a document like that. And it also required us simply to keep their will in line, not to oppose publicly the pipeline. What the hell kind of an agreement is that? Where you have to oppress your own people in order for that project to go through. Absolutely nothing about this even smells good. Nothing. I have found nothing. Now they're proposing for Gutkalush territory, coming across from Yellow City, across the Sunya, Salmon River. You guys call it Hudson or whatever the hell you call it. We have our own names on those, thousands of years old. They propose to drill through Gutkalush territory under the Skeena River. On our territory, they're proposing that. They're proposing to build a compressor station on Gutkalush territory. And if people don't know anything about compressor stations, do your research. Nobody has talked to us about that. 10 years ago, the Gutkalush did not sign an agreement. They keep throwing the name around, saying that there's a certain amount of money that's being held in trust. I don't know what it is that they expect us to do to get that money. But I'll tell you one thing right now, they owe us probably 10 times what's held in trust for us for the destruction that they've done. They're proposing to go under Sinzit. We have an ancient village site at Sinzit. Ancient. That is where 400 or 500 years ago, that Gutmanooks came and was recognized in Kispiox, and Spayak then, and Spayak, according to our Adab. That's recent history. Our ancient history is based on our territory. We have cash pits. The grandmothers, I know the grandmothers of some of the people here that have walked on our territory with us and told us how they used the cash pits on our territory as they headed up the Babi. We have Antanda cremation sites on our territory. And no damn Niska will ever ask whose grave that they're going to disturb. Because I'm telling you right now, the spirits of my grandmothers are up there. I am really pissed right off. More so than I was 10 years ago. I expect a hell of a lot more from the BC government. I expect way more from the Gitsan Development Court. Not just to be an Indian agent for PRGT, not to be an Indian agent to other proponents, not to be an Indian agent of the provincial government, not to be an Indian agent of the forest company. That's supposed to be our entity. There's absolutely nothing about that entity right now that reflects the value of being Gitsan. Does not affect our laws. The laws of BC are less than 150 years old. The laws that we walk on are thousands of years old. Strategy? Yeah, we're doing strategy. I'll come knocking at your door because I think we're going to need a war chest. I'm too damn old to be parking my ass on the cold ground again to do another blockade. And I'll tell you, throughout my lifetime, I've done dozens of them. I've seen some of you on those blockades. You see how those soldiers have these little campaign ribbons on their chest? Hell, I should have a full frontal for the amount of times that we have gone out to protect the territory. This is not going to be any different. I sure hope it doesn't come to it, but we're prepared for it. We cannot have the destruction. You heard this young lady here. Nobody ever thinks about the social impacts to our community. Those man camps went up, those work camps for the mines went up. Overnight. Domestic violence jumped in our communities. Nobody cared about that. It fell upon the women of our communities to pick up. You heard how our young women are hunted down and trafficked. Hardly anybody says anything about that. The murdered and missing Indigenous women and children, and even the men. Nobody says anything about that. With all due respect, I know it's so much sexier to deal with other issues away from your own backyard, just like you see with the Palestinian efforts on all the campuses. I want to see that kind of support for what they do to us in our homelands. I've been doing this since I was frickin' 18 years old. I deserve to have some peace in my life. I deserve to have time to enjoy what our grandmothers protected for us. I deserve to have peace where I can bring my granddaughters and all our grandchildren to put their feet on our territory as generations have done before us. I deserve that. And these bastards are going to try and take that away. We have a highly spiritual area here. We talk about healing for our people. Damson Law. The pipeline comes dangerously close to that, where we take the people out to heal, where people go out in their training to be halite. That is on our territory. That's right where the pipeline is going to. You see all those yellow lines on there, the red lines, the pink lines. What the hell kind of study was done that would allow something like that? Now I'll tell you, when we found out that was going on 10 years ago, there was evidence from people from Gitsan Development Corp that went out trying to find someone who was for sale to agree that that land wasn't ours. Imagine that. They think that we didn't know our doubt. They think they didn't know our boundaries. Little did they know that we've walked that land always. Our uncle died last year, 89 years old. He grew up just south of Lac-Saint-Diff. 5 years old, he was working on a 3-story smokehouse. That was his training. A lot of you knew him, Uncle Perry. The last river driver, worked with a lot of your forefathers probably. The last river driver passed away a year ago. That was Uncle Perry. Sabamat. And he grew up on that territory. So no, we're not going to just be quiet when they're proposing to come in and destroy it. And I hope to hell that I see the Gitsan Nation stand up behind us. And I hope to hell that those young people who have come up in the past 10 years start questioning their leaders about why they signed and how they can get out of it. Because I think it was done illegally, and I think that you've got room to do that, to make those challenges. And I hope that you do that. It's time to step up again and just stop being silent. The businesses that are supposed to be ours are not being run properly. They're not reflecting the Gitsan value. And to our neighbors, you've enjoyed the fruits of beautiful Gitsan territory. We know that you're a few of your 3 or 4 generations into our territory. And I know that you feel that spirit in the land as well. I expect you to stand up and join the fight when it comes to it. Because it will. For us, it will. For good looks, it will. Thank you.
Thank you, Ardith. Good grief. You have got the ball rolling. Thank you. I want to come back to that, but the thing I felt was missing tonight, Colin invited us here. He got Tangy to feed us. He brought everybody together, and I wonder if we could give him a little round of applause. And thank you. Ernest took one thing I wanted to say, that I've been very happy to live on the unceded Gitsan territory, and I feel this is my home, and that it's about to be raped, and I'm ready to stand with you. and I know many people in the Kispiox Valley are ready to stand as well. I'm not the only one. And let's keep the ball rolling. Thank you, Ardith. Oh, but one last thing. I just wonder, I appreciate the guts that Nathan is showing by being here. But we're witnessing the second pipeline that's being pushed through by this government. And I just wonder, what Wet'suwet'en went through, the embarrassment, the harassment, the unbelievable things they went through, and we are about to approach that same stuff. I just wonder, since Nathan was courageous enough to come here, could we give him a visual example of the people who are objecting to what's happening to the Gitxsan territory? Could we, if you would like to stop this damn thing right now, could you please stand up and show me? Thank you. This young lady has just reminded me I need to introduce myself, and I thank you for helping me follow the lines. My name is Brian Pritchard. I used to bring my gym class here every day, and I've been a teacher in the Kispiox school for 49 years. I love it here, and my wife is thinking of moving because this pipeline is coming through, and rape is an extremely strong term, but it fits here. It fits completely. Thank you very much.
Okay, then I'll come back.
Satun Okas Ayok Okas Lakip Inye Rehoboth. For those of you, I'm welcoming you to our area. I really value that I see you here. Many of you are homesteaders that don't understand our language. I have a couple of issues. I don't want a pipeline, but we need an economy. So we can kibosh this pipeline, but what is going to feed our people? What is going to put the food on our tables? What are we going to do as Gitxsan to take care of our Lakip that we were born and we, by honor, we're allowed to be the caretakers of our Lakips? The government, and I don't mean just the federal government or the provincial government, our governments, we have allowed all the disagreements over this pipeline and whatever else came before it to split our nation. Is this how we are going to carry on? Is this how we are going to carry on? By totally disrespecting our families, our wilts, Hanitok? Because what happened last week, I am very upset over a few issues. Our yoke was damaged severely. So when this is over, I'm asking every chief here, we need to get together and we need to meet. Because we don't air our dirty laundry. We sort it out, and it does not come into our feast hall. Our feast hall right now is looking like the laughingstock of Victoria and the laughingstock of Ottawa right now, and that's not acceptable. So while everybody wants to kibosh the pipeline right now, I want to know, what are we going to replace that with? Because there's a lot of hurt that's happened in our communities. There's a lot of broken families right now. How are we going to mend that once this issue goes away and the next one appears? I caution everyone, whether you're for the pipeline or whether you're against the pipeline, do you recognize we are pawns? Do you recognize that there are industries who are funding the yays, there are industries are funding the nays. And they don't care about us because Canada is an open store. And right now, the Gitsan Lafayette is an open store. Is that acceptable? We saw what happened with our forestry industry. We saw what happened with our fishing industry. Are we going to continue to be an open store? So I'm asking, and I'm standing here, and I don't want to be disrespectful, but I have a lot of anger in me, and that doesn't come out. I don't feel that very often. But I gave a promise, and I gave a commitment of my life to this Gitsan life. And right now, I can tell you today I've had enough. Because the things that occurred in the last couple of weeks is totally unacceptable. So I'm asking every single one in here, we need to meet. We need to meet. Names need to be straightened out. Your blankets need to be cleaned. And if you can't clean them, then you don't belong in our feast hall anymore. Because I didn't give up my life to live this life and stand amongst people who are disrespecting each other. So whether this pipeline goes through or not, we all still have to live here. And if this pipeline doesn't go through, what are you going to do to make sure our economy and our lives still matter? Because the pendulum of the yay and nay, the people who are funding, they don't care. We're just the floating pawns. On the macro world of industry in the world, we are just floating pawns. And that's the way it is. So I'm asking everyone to give it a thought. We need to work together and we need to stand together. Everyone who's yay or nay, if you want to be in the north, we need to stand together. Enough of these different offices around here pulling us all apart. And if the pipeline goes through, who controls the right-of-ways? The industry. Who is the industry? The people that have the name on that pipeline. Who can they sell the access to? Other countries. And they will take and take and take as long as we allow it. The provincial government, I expect more. Environmental whatever was here a few years ago. I told them the same thing. You stay out of my backyard. You come in with a solid plan that is not going to divide he, she, and everyone else. Because this is our lives. We were the ones that were entrusted. We were the ones that have to put our lives on the line. We gave up our lives so that we can stand here and be Gitsan. I'm going to end now because I am really upset, and for many of you who know me, I do not get upset very easily. I control my temper, but things have happened where I have struggling to control it right now. So I'm asking every chief in here, we need to meet. It's important. Help me out.
So I've been noticing the hands coming up a lot faster, so the process will be, if you flag me down, I'll put you on the list and we'll go by the hand. So next up we have Roger and Denzel, and then we Scott, and then Roy Vickers, and then I might ask Grace if you have a pen and paper maybe over there, then it'll help me keep track. And then put it in. Oh, all right. I'll start writing these down. Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Roger Ridsdale. I am West Silverton. My father was Gitsan. My uncle Art was the Gitsan chief. My uncle Ben Mackenzie walked these lands. And he trained me, my brothers, my sisters on the Gitsan and Silverton territories. I'd like to start off saying my brother John Namox. Him and I were up on our territory, I'd say about 8 years ago, 9 years ago. And we were talking. We were up at my great-grandfather's cabin. We were just going back in the second morning, and we were stopped by, I'd say about a dozen RCMPs and CGL workers. We were maybe 300 yards away from our cabin. And as we're talking to the RCMP, 3 excavators came over and destroyed our cabin, along with all our traps, our trap lines, and they clear cut the whole area around us. We were not allowed to go back up on our territory. My brother and I were threatened that morning with arrest and thrown in jail. So, I do know what it's like to be threatened by the RCMP and CGL, as does Denzel. He was up on the territories, and he was one of the many Gitsan warriors that came up to support me with Soka and our fight against the CGL. I've been through almost all my territories. I have permission from every one of my hereditary chiefs to go up on our territories. I personally speak with every one of my hereditary chiefs of every territory in the Wet'suwet'en Nation. I talk with them weekly, if not daily. And every time I talk with them, they tell me I have permission to go up there and see and do what I can to slow the CGL down. I haven't been up there in a few months, but the last time I was up there, let's just say, it set them back a few more months. In 2020, I was very honored to stand with the Gitsan down at the railroad tracks. And that was quite the day. Not only did we have only maybe 12 to 14 people at the very beginning, but at the end of the night, we had almost 1,300 people standing and blockading that road. That was Gitsan, Wet'suwet'en, our brothers and sisters from the valleys, coming out and standing with the Gitsans to stop what was going on with CN. Now, if we can get a quarter of that many people to come up towards Kispiox Valley, Kispiox, and Kispiox, to slow down the CGL, the PRB, or whatever you want to call it, the Prince Rupert Pipeline, if we get a quarter of that, we're rocking. They will not be able to get onto the territories. I myself have been up the valley. I have walked out with bags of flags already. I don't mind saying that because, you know, they have no right to be up there flagging any kind of right away because they don't have permission. And I do believe that it is right that the hereditary chiefs, their Samoans, get together and they talk about this. They do got to clean their blankets. Some of them have to clean their blankets. But it's time for talk is almost gone. They're here, they're building, they're doing it. It's time for action now, guys. I, for one, am willing to lay my life on the line, go back up in the valley, and stop this. I put my life on the line for this country before. I went to war. I went to Iraq. I spent 4 years there. From what I seen when I was over there, they had children who were willing to die for sand. For a bloody sand, guys. I'm willing to die for dirt. I'm willing to die for your guys' futures, your children's futures, and for my children's futures, and for everyone else's future. I just want to let you know that I'm going to be one of the first, and probably the last ones to go up there. I am going to stand hard. I am going to make sure I'm going to make a difference. I have Woodies, Wats, and sisters willing to come with me. And they're willing to stand. They're willing to fight. We just need the permission to walk. I'm out.
Right before Denzel gets up here, another quick housekeeping. If anyone has not received the door prize ticket, please raise your hand so that Tanya can make sure that you're in the running for the cash prizes. Okay? Yeah, make sure, point it out to Tanya, and only one ticket each. Okay?
Singiyet, sigalahanak, kan kubuhisu. Nila X, Bae, Kiskas, Kapayana, Kilushan Hetwit, Wilsawitwi. I come from one horn goat house. And I just want to speak today because I know I can feel people, you know, I can feel people. And I know a lot of people might not understand my perspective. So I just want to make it clear for everybody. So my name, Nila X. My grandmother, Mary Johnson, Uncle Lilbish. Before we were born, she ensured that my brother and I would have a place to sit, because our mother doesn't come from the Sabina. And she brought us into this family that lives from Hitwit. And you might, if people know our language, know what that means. It lives from Hitwit. But she's always been a guiding light for me. She passed away a year before I was born, and anyone who knew Mary Johnson knew she knew how to fight. She was a big part of the Delcamua case. She had passed on a lot of knowledge, and she ensured our family would survive, that we would have an inheritance, that we would know our rights, that we know our stories, our territorial boundaries. I'm just telling you guys this so you know that's where this comes from for me. And it also comes from my great-grandfather, Agbiye, Wibiakum Sumobi. He was a warrior around the turn of the 19th century, and he went to war alongside the Wet'suwet'en. They met in the Susquehanna Valley. They did the ceremony, and they went to war. They followed the trail to Kitinak. And that was the same trail, unbeknownst to me at the time, that was the same trail I was walking down, fighting coastal gaslighting 120 years later or so. And I grew up with the stories that we have always been allies with the Wet'suwet'en, because when one comes, us two will come back, you know? And that is what brought me to go. I spent 2 years, 2019, 2021, pretty much all those 2 years out on the Wet'suwet'en Yunta, doing a lot of things nobody witnessed. And when that coastal gaslighting project came, I think they said their budget was $3.4 billion. And by now, the last estimate they put was $14 billion. That's what it cost them. But it's a colonial project, so it doesn't matter if they're making money. They just have to break through the frontier. And that's what we're looking at here. This is the largest infrastructure project that has ever been proposed on Gitxsan territory. This is not a small thing. When I lived out east for some years, where my mother comes from, and I went to university there. And based on what I was hearing as a teenager around here, what I thought might help my people the most was if I went to university for business. I don't think a lot of people know that about me. You know, a lot of people are surprised when I say that. I went to an international business program at McGill University. And from there, I was able to see we're not benefiting economically from this. This is not a smart economic decision. This is selling out our resources. And I'm saying that term because we're literally taking resources that are in the ground here, selling them to other countries. It's not a smart, long-term economic move. It's a boom and bust cycle that we've seen come and come again ever since the British showed up. 1907, that was the telegraph wire here. Does anyone know about when there was a massive raid at Kispiox village in 1907? Our chiefs organized, and they decided we're not going to let the telegraph wire through. They were going to resist every chance they get, because at that point, they needed a telegraph wire to be able to connect North America, or what have you, and Europe. So they were either going to go across the Bering Strait, through Russia, or across the Atlantic. So they come through with this massive thing, and they come through with their guns, and they intimidate our people. But we kept fighting, right? And we delayed them and delayed them. Eventually, they built quite a bit, right? But they ended up arresting 7 chiefs though here in the village. That was kind of the culmination, and they sent them to Ocala prison. But what ended up happening was that the telegraph wire was laid over the Atlantic, so they didn't need to. That's why there's bridges in the Susquehanna with telegraph cable. So that's why I think about what are we going to do with these pipes when it's all done? Because we will still be here. And the way our ancestors thought of economics, because economics is a Greek term that means how you manage your house. That's literally what it means. How you manage your house. We think about long term, right? The salmon we need to ensure that the salmon are going to be healthy for 7 generations. The two main things for me of why myself, Nila X, which the name I inherited from my ancestors, because I have my own being, I make my own decision, and that's all I'm talking about right now. The reason I would never consent to this project, never support it, and will stand behind anyone that is willing to fight and with them, is it comes down to two main things, which is the water and the salmon. Those are our two main resources. They always have been, and they're going to continue to be. If you look at the world drying up and on fire around us, and people who already don't have enough food, don't have enough water, are moving across the globe to get to places where there's better food, better water, better shelter, that's only going to be exacerbated as time goes on. And the situation, why it's moving so fast, is because of these same corporations that are trying to move natural gas or what have you, methane, I guess. That's natural gas is not a real term. That's just something they say to make it sound better. But to move this product, we're the ones who are going to have to pay the cost. And you can see it all around the world. This is played out. It's not like we're operating blindly here. Oil and gas corporations have been polluting and destroying a huge amount of the world's water, as well as accelerating the rate of the water temperatures rising, the rate of the overall temperatures rising. Sorry, I'm just gonna gather my thoughts here, but I have a lot I do want to say, and I just want to speak once, so. I think what I'm trying to get at here is we are not powerless people. We are not people who don't have capacity to look at the world and make a decision. That's why we're still here, because our ancestors were really good at that. They were really good at looking at what's happening ahead of us and making a decision. What's going to last the longest? How are we going to survive? That's why we've been here for thousands and thousands of years. So everybody needs to do that for themselves, I think. I don't hold any anger towards any of our people. People can take money. People can survive, you know? If you're not going to interfere with my ability to make a decision and take action based on what my heart and my ancestors are letting us know that we need to do, then that's okay with me. Just please don't. One of the largest tools of these oil and gas corporations, they have sophisticated mindsets when it comes to things like this. How can we sow discord in this community? Let's put some money here, that's their greatest tool. So we cannot play into that. We need to get together as a nation, and we need to talk. And I know there's a lot of people, maybe even in this room, who hate hearing the sound of my voice. They think I don't know what I'm talking about, or whatever. Because of it, a big part of that is because of the narratives that are pushed out by the oil and gas industry. I've never taken money from anyone for what I do. We don't have to take money from anyone. We don't need money. We need salmon. We need water. We need houses. And that's just the truth. That's just putting it bluntly, but that is the truth. We survived here for thousands and thousands of years with no money, with no government, We had the city yet, the city of them hung up.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt.
Yeah.
If anyone has kids, don't let them out. I just saw the black bear minutes ago. It's walking through. I'm sorry.
No, don't worry. Thank you, Denise. And, okay, just so I don't go on too long, I do want to talk about some of the effective strategies I've seen. Some of the effective strategies I've seen for pushing back against the government, pushing back against oil and gas industry, pushing back against the police. Because that is what we're up against. That's a lot of bad. That's a lot of people who are going to show up with guns. Like, I've seen it myself. I have seen it. I'm not naive to the fact that they will come with guns if we disagree. They are. That's how they operate. They're looking for an opportunity to kill us so they can make a point, so they can spread fear in the community. When people are fearful, they don't want to stand up, and it's played out over and over again throughout the entire period of British occupation, where our people are threatened with guns on the land, and I've experienced it myself. And I'm sure other people in this room have too, in some form or another. But I'm not scared of that. That doesn't affect how I think, because my thinking comes from our ancestors. That's what I really take when you need to make a decision like this. I learned to think it's not a metaphor. You have to think, try to think further down the line. Thank you, everyone. I guess what I'll leave it with is we need to be on the land, essentially. Like, we're writing letters, we can do that. Some people can do that. We can do fundraising. We can speak in the halls and that, right? Like we're doing. It's important. If we're actually going to stop a multi-billion-dollar corporation and a government that has way more billions than that from trying to override our own decision-making processes, then we are going to have to, it's going to be a major undertaking, essentially, and it's not going to be able to be done only by a couple of people. And if you look at how they fought in the Delta era, it was a multi-pronged effort, right? With different people focused on different parts of the fight. There is a legal arena, and there is an arena on the land, and there is an arena in the cities, and with solidarity. So, I just want to put that out there. I'll leave it at that for now. But if we are going to talk about effective ways to stop this, I do want to talk about that, and we're going to meet people who are willing to sacrifice, hopefully not our lives, but sacrifice our time, our energy, our money. That is something we are going to have to do. And I just want to say I'm grateful to be here for our ancestors, everything they've done for us to even be here to this point, and to even thank you, Bindi Wu. I really appreciate your strong voice and your experience, and it's not easy, but this is, like we've talked about, this is something we've seen coming for a long time. And if anyone can defeat an oil and gas corporation, I honestly think it would be our community. They make a living off of going around the world and splitting up communities and pushing people out of the right of way and doing, that's what they do. They're experts at it. But we are capable of organizing on a different level in this community because of what our ancestors left us. face now. So what?
Sen vi get see about it. Well, next words. I think I'll switch my second language because a lot of these people sitting here won't understand me if I spoke to someone. I'll go back a few years with my dad and my 4 uncles. They actually come from the Violent Village, 50 miles north of Aiken. It's a house. My older brother and I always used to sit in, or sneak in, sit by the door when they were having their meetings. And they always talked about what is coming. They always talked about a big black snake. I guess they were talking about the pipeline at that time. This is in the early 50s. The five brothers talked about that. Simon Wright, Wig Eye, Jack Wright, at Mowers, Thomas Wright, What Up, Edward Wright at the Gwitty, Henry Wright was the youngest, that's by yet. But they all used to have a meeting. My older brother might sneak in and sit by the doorway and listen. And they always talk about what's coming. This is the early 50s. Talking about a big black snake coming through. We didn't think much of it then, but now I can see what they're talking about is that pipeline. But one thing I haven't heard here is anything about what's happened in Texas. How many pipelines broke down there and how much trouble they're having cleaning it up. What's going to happen when it comes through this area? If they're having trouble in Texas, is everything handy there? What's going to happen here? Because right now, anybody watches the news, but they don't keep it on too long. Because they're having trouble cleaning it up. This is what I've never heard here, is the problems they're having in Texas about cleaning up the breakages in the pipelines. And that's the same thing's going to happen here. And this is going to be further away from everything else. And how are we going to get the stuff to actually clean it up and fix the pipe? That's what the old people are talking about. They call it the big black snake. For me, I just don't think it's worth having a pipeline. The only indigenous group that will benefit from it would be the Muscata, that they're going to own part of it. Here, we're taking our chances. Like people are saying about when we cross the rivers, creeks, what are we going to end up with? How are we going to clean that up? Because they're having trouble cleaning things up in Texas. You don't see that much on the news about that. Here, how are they going to clean it up? How long is it going to take? Or is it going to ever be cleaned up? What effects is it going to have on everybody's lives, environment, everything? It's going to touch everybody in this area, yet we're not going to get any benefits from it. It'll just spoil the waters, creeks, everything will disappear. The pipeline goes through, disturbs the habitat, where the animal's going to go. So we all better do a lot of thinking, I think. Put a stop to this thing. It won't be to our benefit. It'll benefit few people, not everybody. My dad said this years ago. what's going to split the indigenous peoples? Money. And that's what this is doing. My uncle Arthur Moore said, money does not last long, he said. You put it in your hand, just like sand, it flows through and it's gone. We really got a lot of thinking to do. Very few people who benefit. Not too many. I'm here.
So I just got notified someone's going to be setting off a bear banger, so no one needs to hit the floor. Okay?
Chiefs, elders, wannabe teachers, healers, visionaries, leaders. We're here to talk about our future and the future of our children and their children. Many promises are made. When it comes down to it, it's the land that takes care of us, not money. It's already been said tonight. Without good water, we won't live. We come from villages that are thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years old. People who live without money, thousands of years before government came and we turned into a country called Canada. As leaders, I see it's our duty to protect the land. It's the land that will keep us alive, not the money. It's our duty to walk in healing. It's spoken of the difficulties we live with daily in our communities. Money isn't going to change lives that are destroyed by trauma. Healing will change it. Healers will change it. We are all visionaries. We can see with our eyes closed. I encourage you to look at the land, look at the rivers. Close your eyes. And think about this. Paradise that you live in. The rain comes and feeds the creeks and the rivers and protects the land. Here we are in the middle of paradise with the rest of the province dealing with fires. I look at that river every day and give thanks for the life that it sustains here. Yes, fishing's gone. We're still here. We can help the fish. We can bring them back. It's possible. I have friends who are doing that. Logging, well, it's gone. This pipeline will come and go. I was looking here at something that I was going to leave you with. The methane carry the methane that would be brought from the ground. Some of it will be burned off. I've seen it. I've been to Fort St. John. I've been through the territories where flames are burning. And I came here tonight because a friend of mine who worked on the border between BC and Alberta had a wonderful job, incredible income, and his job was to travel through and be the person who makes sure that all of the flames are burning where the methane comes out of the ground. And he carried a gas detector on his belt in the car. Today, I don't know if he's even alive, I haven't heard. But when I saw him, he was in a wheelchair. All of the money that he made, all of the riches that he had, brought him no happiness, no success in his life. When I was on my way back home from visiting him, he said, Roy, if you ever get a chance to speak to your people, tell them, don't let this happen in your paradise. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Winnenick. I'm a hereditary chief of the House of Winnenick, and my grandmother was my mentor. And she told me that no decisions were ever made unless you fasted for days and days. And you went into the mountains and you fasted, and when the Spirit finally came to you and told you what to do, then you made your decision. I fasted for 4 days, and it was on the Skeena River, and this elderly lady, older than time, looked like one of those people from the tombs, was walking up the Skeena River with a big chest on her back. She looked in my eyes, and I will never forget the power that she had. And I truly believe that the message was protect the land, protect what is there for the people. And that has always been my mission, to protect the land. Because without the land, who are we? What are we? We come from the land, and to the land we shall return. We come into this world fair naked, and we leave this world fair naked. And unless we can spend time on the land and really feel the land, we have no right to say we know we can make a decision. We must be out the story about the big snake as well. I know up in Land East, way up high by the waterfalls was Henry Wright in 1941. That's how far Henry had walked in his younger days. So our people walked the land, they knew the land, and they felt the land. That's what we as young people need to do. I'm 75 and I still walk the land. I'm still out there, and I have the pleasure of inviting Nathan and other people out to visit our territories and see it and feel it and know what I was talking about. I was talking about the beauty that is not going to be replaced once it's gone. All this gas that's coming, we don't benefit from it. It's being shipped overseas. What good is it doing to us? Our people call it musquash fart from the ground. Who likes to smell fart? Not me. So this is a part of the ground. Do we want it? No. We don't need it. We can survive and we can stand together and we can make this world work right. And so I'm asking all of our neighbors and all of our people to all stand together and protect the land, because without the land we have nothing. We can't plant gardens, we can't drink clean water, and who is going to speak for the animals? We all know that those animals depend on the decisions that we make, so it's up to us to ensure that all things survive. So I'd like to thank you all for being here this evening, and thank you to the cooks. The dinner was great. And to the organizers, thank you, because this is what we need to do. We need to explain to each other and tell each other our experiences of the land and feel each other's heart and know what we want. Because we all want peace. And money does not bring peace, it divides and conquers. And so Nathan, I pray that when you go back, you'll let them know that we want to protect our lands and resources so that we have a sustainable way to survive. In Slandish, we only got 12 salmon up there by now, and the number should have been higher. That's how poor the salmon are coming back. Can we afford a pipeline? No. Can we afford fish if we had to buy it? No. Can we go fishing? Yes. So let's all go fishing and let's fill our cellars with canned salmon, canned moose, put good gardening, and we shall survive without the help of pipelines. Amen.
Syndigat gan Sigaramhana gan Bodwanit Kubosip, Henri Morgan Quep, gan Wilps we get when so we quit. For those who may not know the language or may not know me, my name is Henri Morgan. I'm from Wilps we get out in the Gitigupla area, but I was raised out in Gitnyao my whole life. And this is my first time coming to one of these, and just in recent years, I've come to learn about PRGT and all the other ways that our people and our land are in trouble. And I was looking around when I was here, and I wasn't planning on coming up here to try and speak. I don't want to, I still don't want to, but I don't see a whole lot of people around my age speaking. And I was growing up, I was taught that I need to provide for people and I need to think about the future generations. And I am only 20 right now, but I am already starting to think about the generations after me. And I know everyone's probably thinking it, but I don't hear it enough, I don't think, of people talking about the generations after them and what's going to happen after we're gone. We're not going to be around for long, but our lands will. And I love my culture, but we're fractured, you know? Like, just trying to get my thoughts here. Yeah, I love my culture, but we are fractured, and that is by no fault of our own, but it's just something that's happened to us, and we're dealing with it. And I grew up in, you know, a household where both my parents didn't even finish high school. They didn't really have any great, I guess, parental figures or people to look up to, and they tried their hardest with me, and I like to think they did really good, because I'm doing stuff like this today, which I never thought I would. Coming back to this, you know, I just want to say, I wish I saw a lot more people today that were around my age listening to this, because I have grown up listening to a lot of the older people speak to me and learning from them, and I think that is the best way to learn. You don't need to be going to any universities or colleges to do that. We can stay in our communities, learn from our elders, because they are the knowledge holders, and to keep our culture alive, that knowledge needs to be passed down to the next generation. And I'm away at university for most of the year now. I only come back for the summer to work, but while I'm here, I really stress myself out trying to learn as much as I can about our culture from anybody who's willing to teach me. I've learned from my own Jeets back in Gitmeow, from my own father clan. I've learned from my girlfriend's clan. I've been out on their territories, like on Wilps Lukadziwis, and I was pretty stubborn, or maybe wasn't really thinking of what was going on to our people and what was going on to our land, or with our land, and how there's great efforts going on right now to try and destroy that. And I think if I wasn't willing or coming to the conclusion on my own that I want to fight and stand to save the land, and I guess in a way save our culture, you know, with my generation, if we all think like that, what will happen, you know? Like, a lot of people are talking about wanting to stop this pipeline from going through and yelling about that, which is, you know, great, we do need to do that. But you need to think, like, what's next? What's after that, you know? If we stop this pipeline, but we're not thinking and putting, like, this at the forefront of our minds, like, I need to start teaching the young ones, whether it be your grandchildren or anybody young who can listen. You know, if we don't put any knowledge we hold onto them, you know, they're not going to care about a whole lot of other things like the land. I know there's a whole lot of people who, you know, may love being indigenous and love our culture, but they're just not connected to our lands, you know. And whether we like it or not, we are in a state where there's people who will be willing to accept a large amount of money and give up our lands. And those are the people who are not connected to the land. So I think one of the most important things we can do is start teaching our young ones and bringing them out, like my dad and many other people who've done with me, was bringing me out. Like just recently, this summer, I was out on the Lukadziwis territory, and I got to see a beautiful forest garden, it's called, going right through the right of way of the pipeline here. and it was untouched by any man for a long time. But when I went there, you're hiking down a mountain, and then you can see this really like flat area, and there's just a bunch of shrub and just, you know, wildlife growing there. But then there's this perfect circle with a huge raspberry bush right in the middle of that with wild rice roots growing around it. And I was told that it was our own ancestors who put that there. And how long has it been since anyone's been up there? A long time. But because years and years before, our people were out there using the land, and we can still see that today, that nobody was out there to take care of that garden, but it is still growing and it's still growing strong. And I'm afraid that if we don't start getting more youth involved, that is going to someday disappear. Whether this pipeline goes through or not, you know? So please, anybody, like, any knowledge you have, just try to get the young ones involved. And yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I'm here.
Thank you. I wasn't gonna speak tonight, but I think I have to after what I've been hearing. Some pretty good speeches. One thing why I'm trying to quit talking in gatherings, especially our feast hall. And the person brought it up earlier. You see our feast halls are half empty. Because I'm going to tell you why. One reason why our feast halls are empty, that's where our government acts, and that's where we do business. And it's law. Our true culture is the law. But that's the other thing. When I say something or when I speak the truth, I am branded by these people I'm going to talk about. I think he's a partner to the people I'm talking about. But anyway, you look at our leaders of today, they're selling out on us. Every damn one of them are selling out on us. And there's just a few of them. There's 13 to 20 of them that run the so-called treaty office. The treaty office is selling out on us. They're selling out our news, selling out our fishery, selling out our logs. You look at the logging trucks, 3 loads. One day my brother and I were coming from Smithers. We counted 24 logging trucks, all triple loads, leaving the Gippsland territories, heading up. That's the treaty selling out. And also the Gippsland economic development. You know, even half of the Gippsland Development Corp, excuse my language, but half of them are non-Gippsland. All our Gippsland young people can't get jobs there because they're filled by non-Gippsland. Somebody brought up economic development. That's what Gippsland economic development is supposed to do for us. The whole crew should be Gippsland. It's not. Our treaty society. There's 13 chiefs in there, and they received a whole pile of money, millions, from LNG. 13 of them. And as far as I know, my research, those 13 chiefs put that money in their own pocket, and their house members don't have jobs, they don't work. But these 13 house chiefs keep all that money to themselves. They sign for it and they can't touch it. I know from experience, because of our clan. Our clan is 750 members. House of Lutkajus and Simoji. And the same leaders that are with them received 750,000 from LNG. And our house members were asking for a boat so we could fish the skeena, couldn't get it. We asked for sawmills so we could build cabins on our territory, we couldn't get it from them. And here now we find out we spent 750,000 on a total boat. And he said that's going to benefit our house members. Now you tell me how the hell on earth is a total boat going to benefit our house members? And it's not even our pole. It's supposed to be our pole. So what I'm trying to show you is we have one more outfit Treaty has going is our LAHIP Management Board. That's our Land Management Board. Now, that's a big one. They're negotiating for big monies from the government and from the LNG companies like that. And they're negotiating our land. Like Artis said earlier, that the only one can negotiate our land is us house members ourselves and our wing chiefs. Not one chief can negotiate our land. It's terrible what's happening. So our worst enemy is our own chiefs that are getting all this money. It's really too bad because myself, some of my friends, my brother, we see how poor our young people are. They're not learning our culture to get food, get moose, get fish, get berries. Because all the money is staying in the pocket of one chief. We also heard, we don't know how true it is, that LNG gave $1 million up front for them to put that pole up. And once the pole is up, they get another $1 million. We don't know how true that is, but that's what we're hearing. So you can see why this one chief is fighting 750 members to put up a pole. So far we've put a stop to it. All us wing chiefs and house members we've got together and stopped it. So I'm just showing you samples of our worst enemies is ourselves. A big chief is supposed to lead us in those areas, economic development, food, how to get food, our culture, our true culture. You do not negotiate on your own. You negotiate with your whole house. All 750 members have to consent to what's happening, consent to what kind of money. That's 750,000. You think that's a lot of money? It's peanuts that they're settling for. All those chiefs settled for peanuts, and they put it in their own pocket. And you see, probably just about every one of them in the Terrace Casino every night, spending our money. Most of them get skunked, but some of them win more money. But anyway, now you look at the line. You look at the line where the pipelines go, the Black Snake. You look at, we're fighting. Us 750 members are fighting in Cesco. We've got it blocked right now. Nobody can come in or out unless we let them. But like someone said earlier, we're going to be shot at the minute we try to stop that pipeline. And you know why? Because our leaders have already sold out for $750,000. $2 million for a vote poll. They're selling out those chiefs. You look at your own chief and you ask them, what did you do with that money you received? Because I've been asking House members. No, we didn't get any. That meant the big chief got all the money. And that's why you don't see any of them here tonight. All those organizations are selling out to LNG. Look at all our logs leaving. They sold our license. I don't know if you guys remember, but our license was worth something like $20 million. They sold it all to Rick Connors for $1 million. They sold it to NorthPac for $1 million. And that's who's logging all our logs right now is NorthPac. So our worst enemy is our own leaders that are supposed to be protecting us and helping us get all these things I mentioned. And then now I want to get back to the line where the pipelines go. Over half those people on that line have already made agreements with the pipeline. They've sold out their land already, but they're keeping it quiet, just like our leaders have made all kinds of agreements just for money. And meanwhile, our people are poor. We can't get jobs. It's a proven fact. I've tried to get into the gift management for 6 months now. They won't let me in because I speak the truth. I tattletale on them, you know. They get all this money and they look after themselves. They don't help our poor people. Same with Gitsan Treaty. Gitsan Economic Development. Economic development, that's a big laugh. I heard Rick Connors and what's the other guy there? Jacob, they're both retired now because they've got their millions from economic development. They're both retired in Vancouver. Hear that the economic development is still going. I never heard from them for 3 years, and then all of a sudden they're having meetings. And Connor's wife was the bookkeeper, looking after the millions. So it's very sad that it always ends up that our poor people and our weak are the ones that are defending the territory. And the rich just go on and get richer on our territory. people that all have agreements on that. You know, even some that are sitting here from the valley, I don't want to mention any names, but some are signed up with LNG already. See, now they're going to call me shit disturber because I tell the truth. I do my research, and I know what I'm talking about. And I speak up in a feast hall when I see something wrong. And that's what a chief's supposed to do. And one thing a chief, when you receive $1, you got to share that with your 750 members. $1. Here, it's not happening. The chiefs and their best buddies are spending all that money themselves, and our poor people are losing out. And the last thing I would like to talk about is, I know everybody's getting tired. Last thing I'd like to talk about is the pipeline. Whether we like it or not, it's going through. I don't know if you heard, but Trudeau made some kind of legislation. It doesn't really say what I'm going to say, but if we make a move to stop that pipeline in Saskatchewan, which we're going to do, and we're going to be like that young fellow over there, we're going to be ready to die. Because Trudeau made some kind of legislation that if we do any more roadblocks and block development, like they call it, we're going to be shot. And that's big money. That pipeline is big money. I'll give you an example. It's got a 60-year life. 60-year life. The first year, and it's been known since they've been trying to buy us off with peanuts, the first year, they're going to make $28 billion. And our chiefs are settling for a few measly 100,000. We should be settling for billions. Billions, because none of that gas is going to stop here. That should be negotiated. We're running out of jack pine. Everybody wants jack pine for their wood stoves in the winter. You can't get it anymore. You got to settle for spruce. It's just everything us natives do. The government is out to ruin it. I'll give you an example, the moose hunting. I've been hunting all my life. The last 2 years, I haven't got a moose because there's none. Because the government opened up shooting the cows. That's our culture. You never shoot a cow. Never shoot a cow moose because they're the bearers of our moose. You never shoot them. But no, the government opened up the hunting to the white man. They can shoot all the cows in Prince George area, right up to Bad. And also, I'll give you an example of the moose. I went hunting in Bad where I usually get my moose. And here's all these ATVs just bombing around. White guys all over the place, rifles shooting. Sometimes we got a duck. They shoot at anything. So I asked this one guy, I stopped him and I said, what do you got to do to hunt here? He said, oh yeah, I pay my permits. I said, but I haven't seen nothing for 3 weeks, he said. And I said, how long you get to hunt? He said, 3 weeks. And then another 65 come in the same area after my 3 weeks, they get to hunt for 3 weeks. And then the third group comes in and he hunts for 3 weeks. And then the fourth group, the last group, 60 of them hunt the same area for 3 weeks. That's 4 times 3 weeks. 12 weeks of how many? 65 white hunters every 3 weeks that hunt that area. Moose were scared to move in that area. Yeah. I can tell you a lot more about what I study, and I speak the truth. I'm not lying. If anybody can prove that anything I said is a lie, please come and tell me. But I'm telling you, there's a lot of agreements in that pipeline already, and they're going to get big money. But they say they're going to support us indigenous people if we have to roadblock. We're already roadblocked in Saskatchewan because they're building on this side. You can see the lights on 9 Mile Mountain at night. There's a whole bunch of lights up there. Have a look up there. On the other side, they're coming this way. They're between Pelpa and Houston right now. And once they get to Saskatchewan, that's when we're going to get it, when we try to stop them. So we need a lot of support from the Gitsans, from the Valley people that haven't signed up, from all the Hazeltons, all our neighbors. We need help to put a stop to all this corruption and crookedness from a very few chiefs and people that are making big money on all these projects. And our poor people are getting more poor. Some of our people are starving. And just the last thing I'd like to say, it's a crisis. It's a crisis in the Hazeltons and all the Gitsan reserves is the drug dealers. They're killing our young people. Look at Morristown just 2 weeks ago, there was 3 of them at OD. All our reserves are like that. Our young people are ODing on that fentanyl. Most dangerous drug in Canada, made by the Chinese. So there's a crisis not only for protecting our territory, but with the pipeline coming in, all these drugs are coming in. I see them come and hike it with pack-sacks. They drop it off and then they leave. Our security is right at the gate there. They open the gate for them. Let them in. It's sad. It's really sad. I talked to one drug dealer. I said, you know, you're killing our young people, don't you? He says, oh yeah, that's not my problem. I said, well, you better quit. He said, no, Jack, I can't quit. You know how much I make a day? $12,000 a day. Selling drugs to our 8 reserves, our 3 Hazeltons. And before Christmas, and I always tell this story, 16 young girls died of overdoses. 3 of them in Paris were found on the street, on the road. The police said they OD'd, but they were thrown there. They were thrown there and murdered. We can see that, but the police don't see it. The police don't see what's happening on our reserves. They don't care. We phone them until we're blue in the face. They don't help, so it's a crisis. Our drugs are a crisis. We have to not only protect our land, we've got to protect our young people. So there's a lot of work ahead of us, and people have to start speaking the truth. And we have to put a stop to this pipeline. It's going to poison us. I don't know if any of you talked to the people from Fort St. John, but hundreds of them are heading to Prince George Cancer Society from those compressors. They're called compressors, and they release that gas I think they said once a month. So these people are all have nausea, they're sick, they got just like flu symptoms. They're all dying from that gases in Fort St. John. Our native people. And we're not doing nothing. So we have to stop that pipeline. It's going to kill us all, and not only us 8 reserves, all the Hazeltons. So everybody has to get behind this, and let's put a stop to it. The last thing I'm going to say is we have to put a stop to our big organizations, Gitsan Treaty, Gitsan Economic Development, Gitsan Lafiya. They're not helping us. They're making things worse by taking all the money. And our poor people, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Thank you.
Okay, before we go on to our next speaker, we're going to do 2 door prizes. So get your tickets handy. The prize will be for each $100 cash. Okay. And the winner is 6128 696 6128. Oh, are the names just on there? Hey, Jack Sebastian. Hey! Is your honorary winner? Oh, yeah. All right, we get to pick the next lucky winner. Oh, and the winner is, Carol Clayton. Hey! I'll be right back with the dollar, but I'll hand this off to Teresa while I count it.
Hi there. My name is Teresa Brown. I am of the House of Good. And I remember when, I'm just going to I might jump around a bit here, but I remember when these man camps started popping up. They weren't even here, but our people were being sent to them for big money, you know. They were going to get rich. They were going to be able to buy their houses. But what happened? What happened is they brought that money back. And they didn't know what to do with it. And they were just floored with all this money. And all of a sudden, there was all these drugs. All these drugs we hadn't even seen before, some of them. And they are in our reserves everywhere. I don't know if any of us have been untouched by just the addictions part of this. You know, and addictions is a huge part of this. Alcoholism and addictions to drugs. And when we're talking about bringing in all this money, let's talk about the children. Let's talk about the children that this will be affecting. Because we don't want any more than going into care. We want to be able to build our culture back up where it belongs. We don't want to be going to Safeway for our fish. We don't want to be going to the grocery stores for our beef, because we don't need to. Yeah, we do it, but we don't need to. Because of where we are. Because of what we've had for generations upon generations upon generations. Before any of these companies were even thought of. Before any of these people even came here. We were sustainable, and we are still sustainable, right up until we allowed this. But you know what? I believe that some of those chiefs, some of those syndicates, I believe some of them are sorry, because maybe they didn't know what they were doing. Maybe they felt pressured and felt like they didn't have a choice because they were told. You have no choice. I legit listened to one of the new ladies at the GDC the other day tell me how our chiefs should be just honored because they are recognized, finally, by the provincial or federal government. And I was floored. What, they have to sign on to a mega project in order to be recognized? And evidently that's not even enough, because otherwise they're just going to hold your money in trust. So what choice are they actually asking you? So for those syndicate that understand that maybe they made a mistake or maybe they were pressured into it, I'm asking you, and I'm asking because I've gone to my syndicate and I will continue to. We have to empower our syndicates too. We have to tell them what we want. We have to let them know that this is not okay. This is not how we've ever done it. We have an IO. I don't even know that all of the IO. But I do know that one person is not allowed to sign away the inheritance of all the rest of the generations. I do know that when each chief becomes a chief, they are to look after the next 7 generations, so that the one after them can pick up and look after the next 7, and the next 7. Not for how long this project is. And that's just the money they say they're going to give. Well, they hire us to do housekeeping. And they hire us to clean up after them. Maybe some will get onto security. Honestly, I couldn't live with myself. And for me, and I'm happy to hear from many of my we will be standing because we were not consulted as a bill. And following the IOC, I've heard over and over and over, that makes it not, it doesn't compute, it doesn't work. So to hear these corporations speak of our IO is extremely insulting to me. But I think that we all can make a change. And I think each one of us, if we talk to, I don't care if you talk to one person, you talk to 2 people. If you can talk to 2 people and have them stand with you, and honestly, I don't care what color your skin is. I welcome you if you are here to help us. If you are here and you are willing to listen, to support our IWOC, please, we're interested. I'm interested. You have a whole hall of people. This is only a fraction. I remember in New Hazelton, when those snipers came out, the military came out and they pointed their rifles at the women and the children. In New Hazelton, people. Children. And they came out of their trucks and they had their fingers on those assault rifle triggers. Did the Gitses sit down or run back to their vehicles? No. They called their syndicate. And the syndicate began to show up to find out why these military were pointing rifles at their people. And when they came, and I was face to face with one of those militarized guys, I turned and I looked at all those chiefs and I said, "You guys are," and I used a bad word with their children here, so I'm not going to do that. Because our syndicate are here, and they remember from the last time on the tracks, they remembered what happened when they arrested us. Because the Gitsen do not stand down. Do you think they went through all of this to get permission because they thought they didn't need it? They know how strong our people are. They know how strong the people around here are because we have been pioneering for a whole long time. Well, they sit in their offices and look at figures and where they're going to send our resources. And they don't care about our children. They don't care about our families. They don't care about what they're going to do. Because all that matters to them is the bottom dollar. And it's up to us to stand for what is right. And we all know what's right. Thank you all for being here, and thank you all for your wise, wise words. Amen.
My name is Jennifer Lauren Zeit. I belong to the House of Winnenit. Nathan, my comments here will be for you. They're directed to you. So Nathan, I know you. You know me. You know my mother. You knew my grandmother. And now I want you to meet my children. These are my daughters. My oldest daughter, Araya. My next daughter, Liera. And my youngest daughter, Emily. Liera and Araya play soccer in Smithers. Your boys play soccer in Smithers. Our children all play soccer together. So I know you, you know me. And our children are precious. So according to these maps over here on this wall, there are proposed man camps next door to my house, to my property in the Susquehanna Valley. Right next to my home is an agricultural reserve land. And I did a quick Google search, and according to Google, that is where Prince Rupert Gas Transmission has received previous approval for these land camps, is in these agricultural reserves, because they're crown land. Which we all know that there's no such thing as crown land in Gitxaala here, or Wet'suwet'en in Yintah. So with these proposed man camps right next door to my physical home where my daughters live, where we have property, my nieces live there, our children run free, the way that children should be. Nathan, I'm asking you, how do you plan to protect my daughters? Because I know I will do anything to keep them safe. Are you going to do that? I need to know how you're going to protect them. Because they're my life, they're our future generations. This is well against. We're a matrilineal society. These girls are our future. So I would like a response to that at some point, whether it's today or whether it's a week from now. I would like a response. Yeah.
Such strong messages from people that are concerned about the valley. First of all, my name is Tony Gawa. This is my chief name, and I'm still haven't been recognized in the chief's office as being Reese, because I do not agree with whatever they're going on down below at the office, because my work really knows that. He knows where I stand. There have been very strong words here tonight regarding the land. Without the land, Gitxaala people would not exist. Without the land comes language, culture. I have the honor of working with two young men out in the territory, teaching them the ropes, how to respect the land. And without the land, you have no peace. We're walking down the trails and I saw, oh, here's a blaze. Our ancestors put it here for a reason. And you can see the indent of the trail is so deep that the animals keep it wide open. And we just thank those animals for keeping it open for us to reopen. And they come by and they show their appreciation and say, thank you. They pass through camp and howl like the wolves, pack of wolves. 5 minutes, they howled and down in the cabin, and then they moved on. And same with the grouse. The grouse would sit there and raise its family. And Squiddy grandson and says, "You gotta talk to the animals. They know what you're saying." And that's what I told him, and Neil Hux knows that, and he talks to the grouse, the Bastai. And that's how they are. We were walking through the opening there one time, and Sean, I said, "Stop, look." Here there was a big black bear using one of our trails. As soon as I said something to him, the black bear looked up and said, "Whoa, who are these guys?" And he just took off. He was more scared of us than we were of him. Because human interaction with wildlife, they're more curious than we are of them, because most of the time there'd be a canal across the lake and they'd come swimming across the lake to us. And we'd sit there and watch. And that's the beauty of nature. Our first, maybe second cup of coffee, we'd sit out on the porch and say, "Let's go out and watch the Nature Channel for a bit before we go to work." And that's what it's all about. Peace and quiet and tranquility. That's where the medicine is. And that's why Sumoget Gudinichka is taking the youth out to the land. It's healing. It's telling their adult, it's telling their stories. And that's why when you come into town and you come to the chaos, it doesn't feel right. Because there is so much turmoil in the examination, you could practically cut a knife through it and feel it. It's been brought up time and time again. Our feast hall is not the same. It's not cultural, it's political. Because they're saying is money talks, and that's exactly what it is. The more money you spend, the more the other chiefs recognize it and say, "Oh, he's a good chief. He likes to spend money." Money isn't nothing in the feast hall. Before there wasn't even money handed in the feast hall. It was all goods from the land. It was all your harvest from your gardens. Back then, our people had huge gardens. I remember growing up as a little kid, I'd be out there weeding all day long before I even go out and play. You had to do the chores first, and that was hard work. And it was worth the work because it helped put food on the table. And that's our teachings from our mom and dad. And a big reason why we're out on the land is because a big part of it is the office in town is SWCC, which helps people to see what truly is out there. It's a step in the right direction where they help people get out on the land and truly protect the territory. And they're doing it for a reason, because they love the land as well. As we all do. Look, I know some of the settlers with the valley here. I've known most of you pretty well growing up here all my life. And you talk about our ancestors. They were architects. Like, we're colonized. They didn't use headstones back then. They used grave huts. You see these, in these archives where they built these grave huts, in any personal line that the person loved so much, they stored it in these grave huts. And that's how they marked the graves. And you see all these roads, forestry roads running through the valleys. I bet you, if you just walk off to the side of the road a little bit, you'll see blazes. They're engineers. The trails are right there on the roads because the forestry were smart. They knew these trails would take them somewhere, and that's what they used. You know, it's sad to be a good Sam right now. My heart is broken. It's been too long since I've kept quiet, and it's now time for me to step forward and say, enough is enough. There's so much damage done to our nation. How do we stop it? You know, it's the way the government deals with First Nations. Let's go in and talk to a handful of chiefs, wave them a few dollars, see if they bite, and get them to sign a piece of paper and say, they agree. What about the whole nation? It involves all of us, not just a handful of chiefs. Because in the feast hall, the chief doesn't stand alone. All these host members are standing behind him to support him in the feast hall. And that's how it works, and that's how it always will. And that's the way the government should look at it. Let's talk to the whole nation, not just a few handful of chiefs. That's not a binding agreement. That is segregation, and it's still happening today. They brought in residential schools, the 60s school, the Indian Day school. You know, it was harder for me to go to high school than it was, you know, because all I learned at home was symbolic. That's all our folks got. You know, same with our grandparents, that's all they spoke. Somalia. And without the language, we are not consent. You know, I was invited to fly out to the territories last summer. Oh, let's talk about land use plan, they said. So they're flying a group of people out with the chopper. Hey, look. Land use plan. Let's take the language, the Somalia. If you look at months of the year throughout different times of the year, it tells you exactly what the people are going to do. Like in June, last some, or something like that, it's time to catch some springs, and there's other translations you can say, okay, this is the month where we go pick berries. And that's exactly what these months say in Somalia. And that's the same thing with honey squash and honey egg, because that's all I knew was weekends. Growing up, it was hard. It was tough times, but we survived. And it's just been so privileged to be working out on a lot of these. I thank Winnipeg for allowing me to work up in the territory. And one thing for sure, notice that the water temperature is too hot. It's boiling. It's becoming to a point where the fish don't even want to move. Like the cool days brings, it's a 2-degree difference from a cool day to a hot day. It can be that damaging in 2 days. If you get a hot spell, then the waters are boiling. Then you hear about the drought in the northeastern part of the province. It's been ongoing for the last 5 years, and it's still happening. And they still want to drill for natural gas, because they're using up all that fresh water to drill. Doesn't make sense, does it? So we're in the dire straits here. That's what I told Chad. He was here with GDC the other day. That's what I told him. Said climate change is upon us, and you're allowing the chiefs to push the pipeline through. Well, that's even double the disaster, as it's going to kill us all. And their informational so-called discussion they had was they had tables set here all around the hall and said, oh, it's an informational gathering. You go to each table and gather information. And what information they had was next to none. Even this Niska guy got enough courage to get up in front of the audience and say it. People have to get their things in order. It says he had the nerve to get up there and tell the Gitsan people how to run the business. And he had no right. I'm glad that Kirby got up there and told him where to go. So, people sticking their noses where they don't belong is not the right thing to do. The question I have is, how do we hold the Siamese responsible to the Gitsan nation for the damage that's going to happen if they do push this pipeline through? Because in our laws, what happens on the Chief's territory affects all of us. The surrounding nation, the coastal people, everybody. So we heard of all this corruption that's been going on for years, and people have brought evidence for it, and they still have the same people in the office. How do we deal with that? You know, I'm glad I spoke tonight, because it's been a long time coming. And I've been sitting silent too long. And it's time, like right now, all our resources are leaving the territory, and what we're going to do about it. I remember your great grandmother sitting up on the highway there, locking up the highway, stopping all the logging, leaving the territory. You know, we got to take that back and say, let's put our people to work. Remember back then, you had small logging outfits here and there. They were producing their own lumber, building houses. Right in here in the communities. We could still have that. I'm sure there's a lot of people who have the brains to come up with some idea. Because back then, we're geniuses. Our ancestors were geniuses. And I took the young men to a couple of ancestral grave sites. We did a prayer and just asked our ancestors just to hear our prayers and heal our people. Because it was so devastating just to hear what was happening at home. Took them to ancient village sites. You know, it's so powerful. You walk the land, it's so powerful. Tell the young men, listen, the trees are talking to you. Listen, the water is talking to you. Because everything on the land is life. Everything is living. So you have to respect the land. And that's what I've been teaching these young people up there. Learning through what I've learned over the years, because I've been on the territories for a number of years, and that's where I'll probably still be for the next few years. I don't know. But that's where I find peace and quiet. So we're yelling with oils over it, this is Robert. See, yes, I'll guess I was not the son. Now nog diep en moeilijk. We own nog diep. Neem deze passen. Kispiox,
Okay, we'll do 2 more quick door prizes. Let's see, Ardith. Pick your And the winner is, Crystal Latai. Okay, I'll get you to pick the next one real quick, and I'll count out after we get our next speaker rolling. Harriet. Whereabouts? Oh, buy the coffee. Hey, congratulations. Okay, we'll put it towards hall rent for the next meeting. Coming up. Hey.
My name is Cece Sterrett. My mom was Maisie Wright and my dad is Rennie Wright. I hesitated to come up here, but I'm here because 10 years ago I was freshly out of UNBC with my master's in business admin and working in Northeast BC. So I was in Fort St. John when the chiefs came up, our chiefs came up, and what was looking at the area and the impacts of Fort St. John. At that same time, the band I worked for, Blueberry River First Nation, filed a claim of cumulative impacts on their treaty rights, which they won. So, I don't know if Nathan's still here, but based on what I learned, we really do need a new assessment because so much has changed. The court case that we won, everything that goes along with it. And I guess I tried to share some of the information with the chiefs at the time, but it's one of those things where they were like, whoa, and the money's staring at them. And so I respectfully say, and I'm hoping that I don't believe maybe the chiefs did clearly understand the impacts of signing such a document. They were isolated, they were not given the full information, and we have to stop pointing fingers. What we have to do, as Colin says, is look for an alternative, and that would be for a new assessment. Looking at now the socioeconomic implications, looking at the cumulative impacts, because one pipeline, that became a highway for all the predators. So that was one of the key arguments or something that our elders put forth up there. They have to drive 4 hours to find a moose. And a moose for them is like salmon to us. They refer to me as salmon because I was from the Northwest. But they heavily rely on the moose. And that has declined so much. And it is a key part of their cultural practices when someone passes. For us, salmon. And we don't know what's going on, how they're going to be impacted. We see what's happened with the other pipeline that's been put in. They weren't very strong. They just bulldozed over creeks and rivers and streams. And that's something that cannot be controlled by RLA, but it's controlled by other departments. And the oversight is not there. So I think that is key. I don't know if you guys know, but a lot of people come to the Skeena, come here for their fish, including the interior. We have people from Long's Lake, people from along Highway 16, because the Fraser River has been impacted. And so now our relationships with other nations have increased because they need their salmon for their practices, because that is who they are. And I think that's something that we have to remember. This is who we are. This isn't something that, we do because we want to. This is who we are. And that's what the lower nations are realizing. They're frantic, they're stressed about their salmon. Like someone mentioned, they're doing juvenile sampling, and they're doing all they can to save the Fraser River salmon. And here we are in the Northwest. Even though we have some trees logged, we still have trees, we still have our animals, we still have our fish. But we could lose that with one bucket. Because we don't understand the impacts. And all we're asking for is time. We're asking for time. We don't care that it expires in November 2024. That's their problem. They have the money, they have the resources, they can jump through all the different hoops. We're saying we need those hoops because we want to know how this is going to impact us. And we have to stop alienating ourselves. We have to stop our fighting. It's disheartening to see, as someone who, has been raised in the Peace House, even though we live in Vancouver, we drive all the way up here to attend. And no, I don't know my language, but I know our feast, our Ayuk, as taught by my parents. So, I don't want to take too long, but Northeast BC, there's nothing here. They're experiencing earthquakes, water drought, fires, you name it. Why? Because their land is completely wiped out from all the pipelines, from all the fracking. The fracking has happened for years. And now those nations are saying, save your area if we like coming to see there, because we have nothing. And so they do. They come here, they come visit. And we've had people go and visit there. So I do reside in lands like as well, and I think of the Tsilpodine, and they just celebrated 10 years of their court case. Where's our celebration as a nation? They used Delgamuukh for their court case, and we can't even celebrate ourselves. We've lost all our symbol. Who are part of that? Or if they're not, sorry, there might be a couple still around who testified. Sorry, Arnie, or helped with the court case. She's still with us. But why aren't we celebrating as a people? Why aren't we looking at that? Why don't we come back to that? Because we all worked together for that court case. They didn't have any money. They fundraised. We fundraised in Vancouver. So it's not a you forward. It's let's get together and have the tough conversations. Because that needs to be happening. Right now, we're being separated by the various entities. GTS. I was on the GTS board. Kept on trying to get a meeting with all the chiefs. I was turned down. I'm about one person. So I think that's what we need to start asking and meet. And forget about the head chiefs. Those head chiefs wouldn't be chiefs without their rope. So we need to stop that talk and we need to work together. We need that time. And that's all we're asking for, to make sure that whatever decision is made, we have the facts. Because 10 years ago, we didn't have the facts. This science wasn't there 10 years ago. And for us to be held by something like that, it's not fair. So, I'd like you to bring that back.
Get well, what's dus op zwaar veel luisteren, wat de zon heeft. Weet dat het dit is waar, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Walter Wilson. Born and raised. It's sad. One thing I wanted to say is
raised here in Hazelton, Gilmax, Glenball, Kispiox Valley. I haven't heard any Kispiox Valley people speak up. You guys should speak up. Let us know how you feel about this. Don't sit there and listen. I know a lot of people, off Brady, all you people. You know, right now everybody just gets it. What's happening? This pipeline, you know. I've logged most of my life. I felled trees for over 25 years. I was a logger. I know a lot of people from the valley. You know, I disagreed with some of the way they were logging, but still I kept on logging. Worked all my life. I grew up with 11 sisters. I didn't live there very long. I moved out when I was 15. Can't hack it. But I love every one of them. Smart women. Kitsap women are the best. Smart. In fact, all women are the best. Hard worker. All my life I see look at the young men now. Where are they? The women are working. That's not good. There's a reason for that. You know? You guys are sitting back talking about this pipeline. My friend here, Jack Sebastian, 2006 we were board of directors for the Kitsap Treaty Society. That's when it was first brought up, this pipeline. That route you guys are looking at right now, that's new. That's just late in the last few years. The original route for that pipeline, we figured that was all right. You didn't cross no big Skeena River. Not going to cross the Kispiox River. But what really pissed me right off is when the government started listening to the leaders of the Kitsap Treaty Society. They want to bring it to their territory because it's their territory. Have a look at those maps laid on the table. Each name on their original 15 chiefs are called. Where are they? They should be here. You know? You got to speak to your people. Where is the chief without their people? All you people from the valley. All these years, you guys should speak up. The salmon's going to disappear. I'm a fisherman. I've been fishing ever since I was a little boy with my dad. You guys all know my dad. You know? We're losing it. In 1972, all the First Nations along the Skeena River, including Lake Babine, signed an agreement to look after our salmon. Each tributary on the Lake Babine, you should go up there and have a look at what they're doing. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans made a deal with Lake Babine Nation. And now they're making little spawning beds. Man-made spawning beds. You believe that? They made a deal with Jim Patterson to bring 3 sailors up to that lake. Meanwhile, we down here along the Skeena River, we have to shut down and allow the sockeye salmon to go up there. One of the things that really hurt when I seen that is our own Kitsap Watershed Authority was up there. That's not right. You know? We got shut down when we were board of directors for the Treaty Society because we spoke the truth. You know? I noticed some people that are here with their names on those maps. Think about it before you sign it away. I appreciated it a lot more than the valley people would speak up. I know everybody did a lot of work. Yeah, I'll tell you a story about Marty Allen and his wife. My grandmother used to go rock fishing up there, along the Kispiox. She called it Blue Trip.
the deepest part of the Kispiox River where she goes and fish. But all of a sudden, you know, there was a fence put up. Can't cross through that fence. You know, when she spoke up, where the hell built her a gate to go through that fence? You know? We've got to start working together. You look at it, many young people are talking about it. Well, we've got to start to listen. Stop what you're doing and listen before it's too late. Look at the man right here. Good man. But you've got to start opening your mouth and listening and helping our people. I'm not saying you don't. But let's hear what you have to say. You know? You know, this pipeline is huge. You know, I got friends all the way into Alberta, but I'm going to tell you guys a little story before I shut up. You know? I drove 2 horses from here, from the valley here, to Beaver Lodge, Alberta, one winter. I pulled a horse trailer all the way up there. And when I left Prince George, I went through Pine Pass. You're heading up, getting closer to Fort St. John. And it was clear sky, and it was just lightning all over. I thought it was lightning. It wasn't. Each little valley, there's no mountains there. But each little valley, you know, and I finally got to the place where they delivered the horses, and I asked the lady, what's with all the lightning? And it wasn't lightning, it's called flaring. You know? There's pumping stations every few miles on this gas pipeline. And they have to omit unwanted gas. You see, some places they have a flame going 24/7. That's unwanted gas. But there are places like where they have to omit this gas. And once they let it out for 8 hours, you get inside that building and you let it flare. Just like that. For miles around. You ever wonder, listen to my friend here, he's a hunter, just like me. You've heard of ghost moose, ghost elk. They're coming in from Alberta, these pipelines. There's no birds here. Absolutely no birds. You know, I don't think you guys want to see that here. You know, we gotta put our foot down. I'm not against the industry. I'm not. But we have to maintain, look after our Lakip. That's another one thing I want to say about Lakip management. We got a man sitting there that works here, and I hope he's listening. You know? It's pretty sneaky the way our people are. You give them a little bit of money, they'll fight over it. But that's not very good. You know? I could see it in the feast hall. You know? When it gets out of treaty, you have a feast. Wow, everybody's there. Everybody that has that big money. Or when there's other people putting up a feast. They're nowhere around. You know? And taking of names. That's how often in our laws, you do not just take a name because, oh, I want that name. You know? What they take advantage of us not saying anything about it. Because that's the way we were raised. That's what they said to me. Don't say a word. You know, that's one of our laws. They take advantage of that. And that's how they're signing off on people. That's not right. Everybody knows who we are and where we come from. It was instilled in us ever since I was a little boy. I've walked our whole territory. You know? All of a sudden in the last few years, you know, oh, that's my lucky. What are you doing on our lucky? You know? That's got to be straightened out. You know, you can't just continuously do that and expect our people just to sit back and watch us while you line your pockets full of money. Money isn't everything. You know, it isn't. Look at Benediction. We're very rich. I fish every year, and I get thousands and thousands of fishing right here. People that need it. You know? Sure, I barter. So did our ancestors. My uncle told me one time where he used to walk. He walked for miles just to see what another person would do on their dock or their fishing boat. And he'd go ask for a salmon. They'd give to him just like that. And he was going all over the market, my grandpa. I come to the other meeting they had here, you know, and the guy that holds my grandfather's niece, he told me, Walter, you better sign for that pipeline or you're going to get shot. That's what he told me. I was really surprised to hear that from him. The last thing I want to say is this drugs and alcohol. It's killing our young people. Everybody up the valley knows that. Everybody in all the villages know that. But nobody's doing anything about it. We've had meetings with the RCMP, we've had meetings with the important people, but they let it slide. Some people are very scared of these drug dealers, because there's no backup in RCMP. You know, look at how many young people we're losing. No? Sure, I wasn't a goody two-shoes when I was younger. But you know who opened my eyes 29 years ago? My mom and my dad. Thank God for them. I've been sober ever since. You know, these young people, no matter who you are, what color your skin is, we have to help them out. That's all I have to say, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for listening to me. I'm a Yami and Osa.
So we have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 speakers, and then a couple of closing comments. I'll keep my closing comments less than 5 minutes towards the end because we are approaching 10 o'clock. And yeah, just mentioning that so we can be conscious of, you know, it's also a Tuesday. So we don't want to be out too late. It's school night. But Nathan, because I also really want to give you a chance to make some comments. Would you be good towards the end if we, all right, 20, 25 minutes or so? I mean, yeah, we'll get the soapbox.
Since a review for time, I'm just going to keep my message short. What I'd like to say is that hereditary cheese, this is the first time I ever spoke in public for a long time. But anyways, I'd like to thank everybody that's here, from Valley, Kispiox, surrounding areas. My Kissan name is Nods, Dr. Wu, Fourth Tribe. Anyways, the reason why I thought I'd speak tonight because I think it's very important about this pipeline, and Rennie mentioned it was like a snake. Well, you know what happened at the beginning when the world started? The snake there convinced Eve to bite that apple. So anyways, what I'm concerned about is this pipeline because there's a lot of factors that fall into place on this thing. One is we got the water resources, which when you start fracking and you get all this pressure, you're using all this water. Pretty soon, when you drill holes, like you're like let's say my head is on earth. Start drilling holes in there, and pretty soon it's going to give way, and then eventually maybe you have an earthquake. So, and also when you do finally get the oil and it starts flaming up, and the noise and the light, it affects the animals, and also making sure for human beings is the cancer factor part. So anybody living close to it, you have to think twice. Because I think, I don't know what your plan is on how we're going to stop this. Because you said you can start in August. But anyways, one person there, I was here in the last meeting, and he said, oh yeah, this drug pipeline is a really good thing. It creates jobs and everything. Oh yeah, for short term, that's about it. And then maybe 100 people have a permanent job, and then after that, nothing. You go back to square one. And then you suffer the consequences of your own actions. And I'd like to mention about the signing of these 30 chiefs. I guess it goes through that territory. I said, well, they didn't consult any of us when we had that meeting, and yet they signed the signs away. You know, I thought, well, is that legal or is it null and void because the people didn't vote for it? So I don't know if there's any lawyers in the house, but that didn't seem right to me. And it's not just 30 chiefs that are going to be affected by this pipeline. It's everybody in the surrounding area. The whole area is going to be affected. And, you know, climate change, so they're going to log right to the creeks. They're going to make all these big camps. And then the water, like Tony said, the water heat up a couple of degrees. And the fish, when it's time for them to come up to spawn, the water's too warm. They're just going to die and not even spawn. You know, not have enough fish for the next few years. This kind of thing is very, very, very serious. And I think we're starting, I don't know what the plan is on how you're going to stop this, especially when you're going to do it in August. You know, and also, I was thinking that the government's got big, high-priced lawyers. They write all these agreements, and they're flashing in front of your eyes. You know, sometimes you don't even know what you're signing when you're signing. So what good is that going to do? We sign it and you regret it. But, anyways, yeah, I think it's very, very concerning to me, and I think it's concerning to everybody here. And I'd like to close with that. Thank you.
Well, I said, Miriam, to Matt Moses. So I've seen this moon bucks and on the Saturn. You know, we're at a crucial time right now regarding our Gitsan Nation, our land, our territories, our Valley X, the Skeena River, where the fish spawn. We're going to lose this all when this pipeline goes through it, because they'll be building a pressure plant that will release pressure, methane gas, and it's going to pollute everything. For miles and miles, it's going to kill everything off, especially every reserve. We're in a crucial time now. We must start now to stop the pipeline. Every nation. I'm glad to see the young and the old mixed together here tonight. You know, when the Witset had problems with the army, police, I was one of the protesters, and Richard Wright, sure missed the guy. He was a warrior, We block the road, the highway, the tracks. You know, we've got a lot to lose. Our trees, the shrubs, our medicines, the fish, the resources that we live on. Our traditional ways will be history one day, I tell you this. Our feast hall will be busy, death after death, because of the poison that will be put in our river, LAX, and all the runoff, the streams that run off into the Skeena River. I worked as a guardian field technician for 10 years. Water quality, you name it, moose habitat, grizzly bear habitat, surveys. I'm very upset about this pipeline that's going through because we as a Gitxsan Nation, we have a lot to lose, and the people from the valley, our neighbors, the farmers, they will be affected big time. Everybody, even the unborn will be affected. You know, the unborn will be affected by the poison. But we need to start now to stop the pipeline, the access, the bridge, Mitten Main. Those are the access roads. There's a lot of us that live on the LAX riverside. Kitsilas, Kitsigutla, Gidnyav, Kitlanga, Glenbow, and this house should be full. It should be full of our people. Not only our people and the people of each town, New Hazelton, Old Hazelton, South Hazelton, because we're going to lose a lot. It's very tough to hear about this because we have grandchildren that are behind us, the next generation. Like I said, the unborn will be affected. Everybody. So now is the time to act. I don't know, I need help to start. Yeah, block the bridge. These white trucks are going through our road in the village here, LNG, and the logging trucks are taking our resources. The parking lot was just full at Red Apple the other day of logging trucks loaded with our resources. And I want to tell you that brown paint belongs to us. Sweden, Nandis, Melis house. Doesn't belong to you, Captain. You shouldn't have signed. I'm sorry, but it has to be said. It is so disheartening to see these chiefs sign our resources away, the destruction of our land. My dad used to say, that's what he used to say all the time. And this is very true. My grandfather, Fred Johnson from Kilinga, he used to say, and he was right. And he was about 100 years old. Yeah, the destruction of our land. But But I'd like to see every village on Taliax start acting now. And every town. It's a scary thought. The trees are going to die. Everything, shrubs. Like our water will be polluted. You could even light a lighter and it'll light up out of your tap. That's how crucial it is. We must act now. We must. And I thank the people that came out to support this meeting. And I'd like to see more of our people out. Maybe we'd use Facebook to get the people going on this. Yeah, we gotta stop these guys. The white trucks are going up every day. And like I said, this pressure plant will be in operation 24/7, blowing off poisonous gas. I thank you guys for listening. I appreciate you guys. And I don't know, I think Colin will be our leader. Oh, where's your little brother? He's a warrior. Thank you.
While you're up here, I'll ask you to pick the last winner for the night. And then after that, I'm hoping within 15 minutes. Oh, Carol Hewell. All right, congratulations. Hey, there you are. Okay. Yeah, okay, donated towards next time's Holler Rent. That's $200. Hey, okay. I know Nathan said he could, be here a couple hours tonight and all that, so I'm just really grateful you're sticking it through. We have 3 more folks, and then after, I'll share very briefly some closing remarks, some comments on, some possible solutions and stuff we can do in the immediate future. And also, Dindy Boo asked to do some closing remarks as well. And then we'll go from there. So we'll quickly go through the speakers list, and I'm very happy we can make it, because last thing I wanted to do is cut anyone off tonight. Hey. All right.
Howdy, my name is Savannah Krantz. I'm with Suited, and I belong to the House of Wasp, House of Castle. I grew up in Prince George, surrounded by lots of industry and a lot of pollution, and a lot of hurt within the communities. My teacher once told me that the only time that he saw me smile or laugh or have any positive emotions was out on the land, outside, having fun in nature. It was really difficult to grow up in the concrete jungle, not connected to culture or nature or Wadzingwa. Struggled through a lot of addictions, and I'm still struggling. But where I'm finding myself is on the land, on the Yinta, with Wet'suwet'en people, my people. It's really healing. It's really rejuvenating just to be out on the land, beside the water, being able to gut and process salmon and all the animals and medicine. It's very inspiring to see my sister Yara on the trap line, working really hard. With industry comes a lot of violence and a lot of hurt. I think the third day that I was up at Gittenden checkpoint, there was a police raid. I locked myself in a cabin and there was like 10 police officers standing outside, banging on the door, telling me to come out, and if I didn't, there would be some serious consequences. I was really threatened and scared. I heard a lot of screaming, a lot of painful cries. It was really scary. It can get really intense with industry, with security and police officers constantly up and down the roads. It's traumatizing. And not only does it hurt the land, but it hurts us as a community, separates us, divides us, brings a lot of alcohol and drugs, and a lot of traffic that also hurts the animals with reckless driving and drinking on the roads. Driving up the Maurice Main, all you see is a bunch of beer cans laying on the side of the road, putting us at risk, putting children at risk. Being out on the Uinta is a safe place, a place that I call home. But it is scary knowing that men, unknown men, are constantly driving up and down those roads. Knowing that I have first cousins, second cousins, family members who have gone missing, murdered, raped. It's scary. I walk down that road and I don't know if I'm going to make it to not even half a kilometer away. I don't know if I'm going to be okay. There's always that chance. There's always that fear there. Not knowing if I'll ever see my family again. Or if I'll be alive the next day. I just got into an accident last month, June 14th, because of industry. Crashed into a semi-truck. My biggest fear. There's so many risks to it. I'm just really grateful that I'm alive and that I get to be here. I'm really glad that there's a bunch of people here. I never thought about myself or my future until I came to the land. Now all I can really think about is the next generation, the next 7 generations. How is this going to affect them? Will they be able to catch a salmon? Will they be able to go hunting? Will they be able to make that canned salmon? Will they be able to find huckleberries, soapberries? It's
calling for having us here and bringing us all together. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be able to speak about my experience and for my sisters and my friends and family to speak about their experience as well on the territory. Wanted to try and talk very quickly about my experience and what I've seen so far, because I've been out there for about 2 years now, and I've seen one rape myself. I've watched them take away our people and our friends, and to see all of that and witness it and not be able to do anything, it's like, there's a lot of trauma that a lot of us carry now because of it, and it's that black snake that really gets into your body and gets into your spirit and permeates everything about everything about the way that we live. It's just every single day we think about it and it comes out in so many ways, all that trauma. And all of that, everything that's happened in the last 6 years, all of that sacrifice, all of the pain that the people went through, all of it has allowed us to be able to continue to live on the territory, to have this sense of resolve, to think about the future generations. Like, a lot of us have never even thought about how long we're going to live. So it's very empowering to see all of my sisters and my family and friends and other Wet'suwet'en people coming out on the territory and working on the land and coming back into their traditions. I'm coming back into the language, coming back into all of our traditions and what our family used to do. My late grandpa used to be, they have a trap line that they've run for so many years, so many generations. And my dad is teaching me the traditions, all of the ways that we skin, the ways that we do trapping, all of it is being passed down to me. And it's being passed down to the next generation, and I can see it. And the feeling that I get too when I can teach that, when I can teach that to the younger generations, it makes me feel so safe, and doing all of that work is something that's so true to my spirit. It's what our people have been doing for thousands of years. And I know that when we continue living out there like that, I feel so hopeful that I know all that knowledge is passing down to us. And when I think about it, that's ancient knowledge, and it's amazing to have that in our bodies and in our souls, be able to pass it down to the next generation. I'm really grateful for everybody coming together like this and thinking about the next generation, thinking about what we can do to stand together and what we can take away from all of this and just continue living the way that we're supposed to live, to thrive on the territory and the impact. Thank you so much for having me here and for the food, for bringing us all together like this. The site called, what's that?
Hi, my name is Anna Holland. I am Wet'suwet'en. I'm from the Cassia Territory, and I'm Gidimgan. Chief Boss is in chief, and that's father. I work behind the scenes, and I'm not on the front lines with these ladies. My daughter also works alongside Chief Lennox and Be Safe, and she has endured some pretty scary situations where she's had snipers pointing their guns at her, and even when she's in town, the cops would always stop her and just ask her if she's been drinking and just checking to make sure that she's okay, like keeping her safe. That's their famous words. They're always there to keep everybody safe. I just work behind the scenes, and
I experience the cops coming around our house all the time. They're always traveling down our alleyways, and it's just nerve-wracking that we get harassed all the time for just protecting our Utah arts and craft, and being portrayed as protesters in Harrison on land. That's really sad. I like to think of us as protectors of the land. The land is what, like everybody's been saying all night long, the land is what keeps us all alive. And thank you, Colin, for having us all here. We really appreciate it. And you've been with us for a while, and we have our here for you. And we stand with everybody. Thank you.
Okay, 2 more speakers, then closing comments. Thank you, everybody. It means the world. And we'll stuck around. So, Amir.
Hi, my name is Catherine. I am originally from the Yukon. If you go, please do not drink the water. There is cyanide in it from a mine that can't afford to clean it up. The Chinook run was already low, and I'm sure it's just going to be done at this point. Let's see. We have a Facebook page, Lexanasu Yinta Itni, and I have a video of what's left of the Queese Trail that's up on the floor where the pipeline is. It was a resting place for warriors that died there. And of course, they were dug up for the pipeline with zero respect from the government and from CGL, of course, because they work hand in hand. Like when they came to Hazelton, they used CGL trucks, all the RCMP officers and tactical units. I'd like to say this pipeline, I have a hashtag, I call it pipeline by gunpoint. And I believe that I also have another one, it's organized crimes, but that's another day. So much of the violence against Indigenous women isn't far off the highway of tears. You can't say you're for the pipeline, but you also care for MMIW, because you need to care about land back, MMIW, every child matters, all of it. So these compressor stations, I believe they're supposed to be 50 kilometers from houses. And there's one 2 kilometers from Parrot Lake Village. Again, no respect. They just put it there, I didn't think they have permits for it yet. I'd like to say our relationship with the government is narcissistic, manipulative. You keep breaking promises. You can't say you're not going to give subsidies, quit giving subsidies, and then hand out $200 million to CGL the other day. The subsidies need to stop. I fear, like Parrot Lake, we didn't even see a goose turd last year. There was nothing. It looks barren. There was blueberry patches on a hill that Sadie saw picked, and of course CGL just desecrated that area. So, I'd like to say, I'll just finish it off. We should be the Saudis of Canada. We shouldn't be living like this. We should be the Saudis of Canada. That's it, thanks.
My English name is Lillian Wilson. My hereditary name is
Kathy touched on up at Parrot Lake, it was a project that we decided to do about 14 years ago because we started recognizing how our youth and a lot of our people were really suffering. And I remember the very first discussion that we had at our clan meeting was how we are so conditioned to suffering. And this was a way for us to mobilize ourselves. It had nothing to do with the pipelines. It had nothing to do with any of that craziness. But we decided we were going to build our village back up so that we could invite people to come up. And this was a place for healing. It was a place for people to get a sense of belonging and to feel like they were our family and that they were loved. Colin was really great. I think first year, except we food poisoned him with some bad bacon. But we have stood strong because the village site itself is an ancient burial ground. It is also an ancient cremation site, and it's actually the place where I had buried my daughter. So I started taking it very personal when CGL came in 2 kilometers from our village and started their right-of-way. There was absolutely no consultation that took place. They just assumed that because they dealt with our band, that was consultation, but not one single member of our family or of our clan went to that meeting. So we were not consulted whatsoever about what they were doing up there. And now we're told that there is a compression station, which is actually 5 kilometers from the village site. And we know that the NATO, or I guess you guys call it Unshawa, person down the lake from us signed on with CGL. And I mean, he's just feeling awful now about his part in all of this. Because he's finally seeing now, like it's been 3 years since they started the right-of-way. The pipes are definitely in right now. We're also told that the gas is running through it now. The last time I went up to the compression station was just a couple weeks ago, and there are now new signs up there that state that we can't even smoke around there. And I mean, we finished our smokes before we noticed the sign. And then there's another sign that says, it's an exclusion zone. There's a 100-meter exclusion zone for anybody who is not authorized personnel. And when I spoke to the security guard there, I asked who is authorized personnel there, and he said anybody who works for CGL or a security company. I explained to him that my name is quite a high chief's name, and that this is the territory right now that I'm looking after on behalf of Smogacam. And he shrugged it off and said, I don't know anything about your Indian affairs. So at this point, I'm going to ask you to leave, which I didn't. We actually built a little fire right there and just decided we're just going to sing and not leave our territory. I asked them, where's your history on this territory? Where are your ancestors on this territory? And of course, he couldn't answer any of those questions. And I just explained to him how important it was for our Wet'suwet'en clan to maintain our rights and title over our territory. And in the end, we kind of won out. He finally left to wherever he went to, but it has been a real struggle to get the people to CGL to recognize that we're not leaving. I guess it's true that we're conditioned to struggling because not once have we ever entertained the idea of signing on with CGL. We knew what the consequences were going to be right from day one. We knew that the consequences were not just going to impact the here and now, like, you know, myself, my children, my grandchildren, but all of our unborn generations are going to be impacted by this for all time. And no matter how they tried to sell this pipeline to us, no matter how they brought their little Disney princesses in to talk with us, it was just all a sham. And it's just absolutely disgraceful that we buy into our local governments. And I'm not trying to stick it to you, Nathan. I've known you forever. You've been good friends with my Uncle Adam. But this system, the government system, is not a fair one. It's not one that is for its people. I find that it's something everybody's out there to get what they can get for themselves. And just to address a little bit of some of the earlier speakers about how we're so fractured in our communities, I'm just going to say while we were going through most of the turmoil in the last 4 years up at 44 in Minnesota and on our Lake Samuelson territory, we had some really incredibly great supporters come up with us, Colin being one of them. I think that's Kai, and I'm not wearing my glasses, but, oh, he's waving, that's Kai. The Skino watershed people were also there with us when we wanted to go up to the floor. But we've had such amazing support from so many people. The Haudenosaunee people came and stood with the Wet'suwet'en people. And I think it's really great too that this is something that really does matter to people. And it matters so much that our people were able to create a forum to shut down Canada. And I think that's absolutely amazing that the people's voices and a lot of the people who were very committed, very passionate about the land and the water were able to organize so quickly and get that started and get that done. And then unfortunately COVID happened, so I find that crazy. Everybody was shut down except CGL. We were still going back and forth up to our village, and CGL continued to work. They were considered essential workers. They kept going up and building the pipeline while everybody else was forced to stay at home. And I understand there were just so many people at these man camps who were getting COVID and bringing COVID back to their communities. And there was just such a high number of people passing away from it. And I personally believe it was very well constructed from the government and industry that this was going to happen. But I just want to convey a message, especially to young people like Colin, Denzel, and all of the people that you guys are associated with, to just keep up the work that you're doing and continue to bring your beautiful little girl. Like, just think about her and her future. Think about everybody's children. In a fight like this, it's not about just First Nations. I know for us it started off being kind of an environmental issue, but so quickly it turned into a human rights issue. Just at how our people were treated and how the people, especially up at 44 in Minnesota, were treated. As a hereditary chief, like, we went up as much as we possibly could to bear witness to what was going on to them. And it was absolutely insane to watch the level of violence to people who were armed with feathers. They were armed with smudge bolts. And they were getting thrown to the ground. Their ears were getting split open. And people were just being arrested and put in dog kennels, being brought to jail. People who had no prior convictions of any sort. And I mean, all of this stuff escalated so quickly because our people were not able to communicate with the government. They weren't able to communicate with CGL. I don't know how many of you know my Uncle Adam, Chief Zahale. He had taken the fall for going up to the floor, and I like to say he may or may not have confiscated a few machines and possibly knocked some rock trucks out of the way. And he was just recently convicted with mischief on our territory. And so yet we have a judge who does not recognize our rights and title to that land. He did not recognize that we had every right to be there. We had every right as descendants of our ancestors to continue to look after that place. We carry the history. We carry the blood in our veins. We know what is right for our land. And just like Kathy mentioned earlier, it's so shameful to go up there, and we've got pictures of skinny little grizzlies up there. Black bears are being displaced from their homes. We now have a corridor that leads right to our village for the wolves. They never used to come down, and now we're dealing with wolves down there. Like, our ecosystems and those habitats for those animals are changing as well. But I just want everybody to know that what we recognize is that we're stronger together no matter what. It doesn't matter what our skin color is. It doesn't matter what our cultures are. We need to stand up and stand together and make this happen. And I really urge, if you're on the fence about what to do with these pipelines, I strongly urge you to not allow it to happen. It just does not benefit you in absolutely any way. What it will do is just cause a lot of violence, friction, frustration, and maybe another shut down Canada, who knows. But I just would like to especially give thanks to Colin for organizing this and making sure that don't just let this go, and that I hope that more people become quite passionate about the land and the water, and just thinking about your future, like your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, all of the unborn children who are not here yet. Because if we continue the way we are, we're leaving them nothing. We're leaving them a path of destruction. Our ancestors did not leave us that path. Our ancestors left us a nice, well-drawn path about how to look after our land, how to look after our people, our animals, the birds in the sky, the fish, and that's what we need to continue to do outside.
Okay, one more speaker, then we'll be closing. And I'll refrain from telling the story about how I ate raw spoiled bacon. And out of politeness for my hosts, but clearly they had not to throw it away.
I'll keep this short since it's a school night. It's already late. Chiefs, elders, neighbors, friends. My name is Graham. I'm a settler, a homesteader in the Kispiox Valley. My wife Marnie and I have been here 25 years. We've raised 3 daughters here. Much of what's been said tonight, I don't need to repeat. What I would like you to know, which you may not know, is that in 2016, the settler residents of the Kispiox Valley signed the document, the Kispiox Valley Declaration. More than 160 people signed it, and one of the clauses in it says, we resist and oppose LNG development in the Kispiox and Skinner Valleys. So I can't speak for all of those people now, but I can assure you there is a sizable settler portion of the Kispiox Valley that has your back and will stand with you. Thank you. Strength.
Okay, so I'll share a few quick comments, with some summary, and then I'll hand it off to maybe Boo, and then after to Nathan, and then we'll close it up afterwards. So, my mind is currently geared towards solutions. and how to avoid the struggles that could very easily happen within the next year. I think we have a small window right now to tackle this environmental assessment certificate, because we could challenge the criteria for a substantial start. We can push, I think as a few people mentioned, for a new EAC, a new environmental assessment certificate, which would give us a lot more time to actually be involved, that would implement the changes to the act, that I think would allow the opportunity for the Gixan people to have a say in the overall scheme, because I think as it stands now, you know, from what I've seen, the vast majority of Gixan people have not been informed about what this project entails, about the decisions behind it, and there's a lot to get into there. But I think that's one avenue we can tackle immediately, and I know Drew is over there, and Grace, you know, they've been working on, I believe, a petition or a letter for Nathan Cohen, you know, and with the help of Shannon and the Stina Watershed crew, big shout out to the folks who have been looking at the EAC, who have been looking at those avenues. But I think another important one that we could tackle, because, you know, I believe that, you know, as Gixan, like, you know, we can hand all the branch out to each other. You know, regardless of what's happened the past 10 years, what's happened with agreements, you know, there are ways that we can bring this back to square one. And I think we can break that provincial agreement. Just giving you a heads up, Mr. Cohen, because, you know, it's funny that, you know, I thank you, Tsegasa, for being here and mentioning Tahil. You know, he's currently under house arrest, basically for enforcing the laws of trespass on the Sansu territory. And quite frankly, I should also be under house arrest for that sequence of events. But I'm still here. Apparently they forgot about it, because I believe, you know, it was very political, that whole series of arrests. And I know they specifically went after Tahil. Out of everyone involved, I was even in the police car with them. They forgot about me. And I just wanted to touch upon that because when I listen to what the province is saying, I'll always look at what their lawyers are saying in the courts in these situations. Because the provincial lawyers basically advocated that Tahil needed harsher punishment because he was a leader. They also said that traditional laws amount to I believe it was a fervently or vehemently held belief. And they even equated it to case law of anti-abortion protesters being arrested. So these were the arguments being put forth by the provincial lawyers in what I believe should have been a diplomatic situation, nation to nation, between the Crown and the Samsu in this case. And also within these court proceedings, we heard that UNDRIP, or DRIPA, only amounted to an aspirational document that had no bearing in the weight of court law. And even the MOU that was signed, tripartite agreement between the federal government, the provincial government, and the Wet'suwet'en Hereditary Chiefs, which recognized rights, title, and Wet'suwet'en law, that was also said to be only a framework. You know, another aspirational document has no bearing. So, you know, maybe best case scenario, Mr. Cullen, we can just say that the provincial agreement was an aspirational document. There you go. But that is somewhat unlikely. I'm sure the provincial lawyers will have something to say about that. But I think within the context of that document, that's an agreement between the province and the Gixan Nation. And in that document, the Gixan Nation is represented by the represented Hugo and the additional Hugo. But if you comb through all the different provisions of that agreement, you'll notice that this agreement has a lot of language that alludes to the members of the entire Gixan Nation. And there's also conditions and warranties within this agreement with the province that I think could very well be challenged on the basis that, you know, there's nothing ratifying this document from, you know, at least a majority of the wood. So I think there's avenues here, and these are like options that I think we should be exploring. You know, we got to look at Plan A, we got to look at Plan B, we got to look at Plan C. I don't intend to show the whole playbook. I'm kidding. But, you know, I'm only saying this because these are the best case scenarios, you know, before we get to the part that hurts. And, you know, if we can tackle this issue on the paper, if we can, you know, whether that's delaying the environmental assessment certificate, renewing the process, basically almost like doing a whole review for a whole new project, which it is because it has a completely different endpoint and apparently a completely different starting point. And it's been 10 years and we've seen all these precedents being set with the Wet'suwet'en. And I think there's many arguments that we can make, you know, even as Gippsland, but also even for the Sycamores, you know, as stakeholders in this project, that there's ways that this can be challenged. And I think it's all the stronger if we do end up on the same page here. And, you know, maybe we could let water be under the bridge at that point, bygones be bygones, get back to square one, you know, wipe out this agreement with the province. There's not much I can say about the agreement directly with PRGT, because quite frankly, I think none of us have seen that unless you were one of the representatives who will soon be who are signing those documents. So I can't say for certain if that is an agreement that, you know, has the same conditions and warranties in regards to the entire examination. But I think these are avenues that can be challenged strategically. And secondly, you know, if a substantial start is secured, you know, if it gets to that phase of construction where they say, okay, all the permits on Gippsland territory will last indefinitely, and we can just start to build anytime we want. We have all the permits for compressor stations. You know, they have, I'm sure they have extra ones along the road, contingencies. They could just build wherever they want legally at that point. If it gets to that point, you know, my concern is that we're going to have basically our representative will, you know, which are family, which are relatives, we're going to be legally bound to fight anyone who opposes the project. That you're going to have to go in the courts, you're going to have to say, you know, Colin's just an awful protester, he should have no say, get out of here. Or even an entire different will, if Bindi Gaboo, you know, it's in the right of her own Afiyat, opposes the project, then you will still have industry pressuring the representative will to try to basically indignify and to push it through regardless. You know, and we'll be at the point where we'll have our own people having to go on media to put down our own people. We've seen everything that's happened with the Wet'suwet'en. We've seen, I think we've heard about how frustrating, how difficult it is, especially when you get locked into these situations. To me, it's like being between a rock and a hard place. And I don't want to wish that upon anyone. So I'm just really hoping we can get it together and at least execute Plan A or B, either to give us all time, much more time and breathing room, to seriously work through this as a people, or just to scrap some of these agreements altogether. And you know, like if it's the finances that are the worry, we can cover it, I'm sure. I think we have lots of friends around the world. We have lots of people who have outreach, who have communication strategies. You know, we have allies. And if it's, you know, a GoFundMe to cover the $1.2 million that's already been allocated from the provincial agreement, we'll just get it done because I think it's worth the hassle. You know, what have you? I think there's always options, and there's people like me who are willing, you know, to volunteer time to get out there to do that work, to support, you know, support the people. And then, you know, if it comes to blockades, you know, we're going through all the lists of scenarios here. Of course, you know, I'm going to support I'm going to support, you know, Wilkes Cook Winooks. That's my Wilnada, that's my family, and, you know, they have every right within the context of their own jurisdiction to enforce laws of trespass, to enforce what have you. And I know there's a lot of people, you know, we've heard many of them tonight, who are willing to support that work and the spirit of that work, because that's what we've learned from the previous generations. That's what we've learned from the fight, and we've still got fight in us. And, you know, one last word I would just say is, you know, the last place that I want to see our leadership as a people moving in is making decisions from a place of fear. You know, I've been told that you can make decisions from love or from fear. And you know, if it's fear that someone else is going to assert your name or your territory, or fear that Trudeau's going to come in, or fear that this CERD unit that's now, you know, established as a part of BC policing, you know, fear of all these factors, like those are factors in our decision making, but I think those shouldn't define our decision making. And I think that's something that we can all unify around is our love for our people, love for our land, our desire to have a long-term strategic vision for what we want in our homeland, on our left hip. And that could be simple things. You know, every child should feel like they belong and loved. Kiksanama should be the dominant language spoken in this area. You know, set these goals. These are the things we work towards. You know, developing an economy that is works in conjunction with having a beautiful lahip, a beautiful land. You know, even like these are discussions that I've been wanting to have for a long time with the Singiga and Sigamana. You know, especially when it comes to the idea of sovereignty. You know, is that something that we're going to be talking about? You know, what's stopping us from becoming a, you know, a small country that leverages international tax and economics like Switzerland or the Galapagos Islands or what have you? You know, these are all rights that we have that we've never ceded. So there's lots of options that I think we can explore together, that we can push forward. And, you know, I think as Ardith mentioned, you know, people have been fighting for a long time. And, you know, it's my hope that, you know, we've spent 10 years probably tackling this issue. And that's a lot of mental energy, that's a lot of emotional energy. That's a lot of our talented people who have been working on it, spending countless time, our own money, what have you. But I think, you know, we can start to direct that towards the strategic goals that we decide together. You know, the things that are of key importance. And I think language should be number one up there. We need NASA-level moon landing efforts to make sure that Kiksanama becomes the dominant language of this region. Because I think that's the only way it's going to survive long term. So anyway, those are just some of my thoughts on the conversations that have been had, some avenues where we can move forward. But I think the simplest solution is unity. You know, we need to tackle this before it becomes something where people get hurt, before we have our own people being arrested, before we have an accident, any of that. So those are just some of my thoughts, and I thank you all for your time. And here, I'll pass the mic on to Dimdi Gibu.
Thank you, Colin. I really want to thank you, young man, for stepping forward and providing this forum. I think it was so important and so necessary. Take back our thanks to your council for opening up your house to us so that we could talk and begin this discussion, because again, as Gibson people, we need that. I want to thank all the people who took the time out of their busy day to come and to start this discussion because it is so important. I hear some of the concerns and the fears that people have, and it's no different from the fears that we had 40, 50 years ago. Crap, I've been doing this all my life. And again, it's always about the economy. What are we going to do? What kind of economy are we going to have? Same thing over and over again. What about all the jobs? What about all our young people? We have dreamers in our communities. We knew about our ancient trading economy prior to European contact. Someone talked a little bit about the remaining Greece Trail. We have trading routes all the way down to South America. We knew that all the way east, the Haudenosaunee. 40 years ago, we put together a conference called the Eagle and the Condor for the very reason that we're here tonight. What kind of economy can we put together that's not going to destroy our lands, our spirits, our environment, our history, and our future? 10 years ago, when this first came along, we had just lost our mother. And our family was reeling with the grief of the linchpin in our midst that we lost when all this hit the fan. A lot of times I was alone fighting the fight against our own people with regard to this pipeline. Within 8 months, I had lost my mother, my auntie, my uncle, and my youngest daughter. Within 8 months. And the people around us were reeling with grief. I couldn't even think straight sometimes. In the midst of that, I would despair. What can we do? What can I do? And in the depths of night, the grandmothers would come and remind me who we are, what we've got, and the reason why we had to fight to save it. The question being asked today, what about after the pipeline? No, the question should be, instead of the pipeline, we don't need to wait for a job. We don't need to wait for Big Sand Development Corp to create little jobs. Since the success of Belmont, the Gibson have done nothing with that court case. We've done nothing for one reason or another. I took the time, just despairing over this again, just a nickel and diming of our people. I took the time to start talking to the young people. Glenn Williams and I, just before COVID, we were talking about that. We've got to get something moving for our people. What do the young people want? Because I have no idea. Because nobody was talking to them and they weren't talking to us. So we planned it. We shook $25,000 loose to bring people in together. No one under 40 was going to be allowed in the room. We got $25,000 and then COVID hit and everything shut down. But in the meantime, I've still continued to talk to young people. And the dreams that they have, the knowledge that they have, is just amazing to me. I want to call all our women at home. Around the world, we've got house members doing different things. And start to invest in our youth. I've been keeping an ear open about food security and food sustainability with Indigenous peoples around the world, and to link up to that, and to hear some of these young people and the visions that they have. Working with Colin, trying to save our language, protect what's left, and to strengthen it. We just finished a year developing curriculum for K-4 for our very first Big Sun immersion class starting in Winslow-Lake in September. We had to fight through that, I did it myself, along with some wonderful people who can get that moving forward. They tried to drag us into the way they do business and said, no, that's not how we teach. We've got to do it the Big Sun way. We're not frozen in time. I hear one secret when that's talked about, airing or dirty laundry, whatever. We are a dynamic people. We are not frozen in time. We evolve just like every other society in this world. But in that evolution, we maintain the core of who we are. We are Gitxsan. We are matrilineal. Our lahyip is contained within that structure. We may lose the language, but we still conduct our business as Gitxsan. Nothing has changed. Our feasts were outlawed. A lot of you guys here, our parents and our grandparents talked about that. Our feasts were outlawed. It had to reduce and it went underground, but it's, to this day, it recovered. We are dynamic. I'm not worried about that. Even if all we speak is English, we're still going to be Gitxsan. And it's that being Gitxsan. From the last ice age, 18,000 years ago, people. After the Great Migration in the northwest part of BC, this is where we settled. Somalia. Why do the groups around us speak Somalia? Who speaks Somalia? Because of the great ancient migrations. We have thousands of years of knowledge. We have Nakhlat. People talk about that black snake. We lunt. We have Nakhlat. Every time there's a transfer of power within a house, because our names are inherited, they pass down through the motherline. With that transfer, when you come before the people in public, you have to perform your Nakhlat. Why? Because it's that power that comes from the land, that comes from the history, that transfer on to the next generation. That is our governance. I was starting to forget the whispers of the grandmothers to me. I think I was tired. But if you're, oh God, not again, what are we going to do? Well, the internet is one of the nachnoch that I'm going to grab onto. Wasn't around when we did our blockades way back when. Now I know things can be done differently. The protection of language. He and I have really good, interesting conversations about artificial intelligence and how do we use that. Right? This pipeline, how do we do it differently from 10 years ago? That's a challenge. But I know that there's already certain weaknesses you can see. And Mr. Cullen, you're going to have to be our representative in the truest way possible. And I'm challenging you on that because elections are coming up. And I want to see you going down Mr. Eby's door and knocking on and says, hey, we better take a look at this, we better do it differently. We can't be issuing and straighten out your BCEAO or whatever the heck they call themselves now. EIEIO. Because this is a different project. You can't proceed as if it were the same one 10 years ago. You can't. The whole environment is different. You have embraced 100. We can challenge it. Canada was the last country of the UN to finally adopt 100. Did you know that? The last country. And I was so heartened when BC was the first one to pass enabling legislation on that. But I guess it remains to be seen whether it's just all bullshit or not, right? So I'm hoping, Nathan, that you're going to start shaking some heads down in Victoria and saying, look, we've got to do this different. And with your Nissan friends, and tell them, reroute the pipeline, because you're going to start a war with your ancient competing partners. We got all that out from the different wars that we had, right? We don't want to do that. But we have to. We just can't. I mean, our territory in itself just stands to be completely ruined by that proposed pipeline. Even the assessment, the environmental assessment around the cultural heritage of our territory. That man sitting next to you, he can take you out and he can show you everything. We want that land. Well, one of these days you're going to have to do that. Show these guys that we're not just blowing in hot air through our hats. Our territory is full of cultural heritage. And your proposed pipeline is going to just clear that right up. What can we show our grandchildren? So thank you very much. It's a discussion that really has to happen. And people tell you, the people who signed those agreements, our rights are collective rights. Everybody knows that. Everybody who has studied Belmont versus the Queen know that Gigsand rights are collective rights. They're not individual rights. When something of national importance, and I'm talking national to the Gigsand, occurs that affects those upriver and those downriver from us, we are obligated under our ayok to speak to each other, to the nation as a whole. That has never happened with PRGT. And both the provincial government and GDC ensured, and PRGT TransCanada ensured that that wouldn't take place. And I'm sure a lot of you have heard more recently about this, what the heck was it, they just uncovered about these lobby group, international lobby groups. They actually have strategies in place where they move in on what kind of havoc they can create in order to get the projects that they want. What they need to do to politicians to buy them off, what the lobbyists that go in to buy them off, what strategies they put into our communities. And when you're a community that's suffering in poverty, it's very easy to come in and separate the people in our community. That's why I don't hold blame for people that signed, because it was done underhandedly. I'll challenge it, but I don't have animosity towards those people, because they were sly the way they did it, and I saw it, I witnessed it. The papers that they were making them sign, and Rick Connors would take a $100 bill out and put it on the table for their signature. One by one, he took them out of the room. And it was only when he took me out of the room that I realized what the heck was going on. He only offered me $50. Not that I would have taken it, but he thought I was half price to the others. Anyways, I won't take up any more of your time. I could go on and on and on about stuff that I've seen with Rick Connors and Jaco and all those guys, but they're crooked, and I don't know if things have changed with Gigsand Development Corp. I hope they have, and that we need to challenge them as Gigsand. Thank you, Colin. Thank you to Kispiox, and thank you to everyone. I am feeling a lot more heartened than when I first came in to hear all the feedback and to hear all the support of people in this room. And I know that more of these meetings will take place. Oh, so listen.
It's not a Wilson. You know, it's very late, and so I'm a bit torn because there's a lot I want to say, but I also want to be respectful. So let me at the outset say this is very much the first offer of a conversation, and I appreciate so much of what was said tonight. You saw in particular the stories that you had to tell, put in its and others. So I'll say two broad things with a commitment to engage with Colin or the leadership, however that comes back in the days and weeks to come. It's not all just tonight because it's late, and I want to be careful. The broad questions seem to me that we're having, it seems like this evening, I didn't plan to speak. I've been given instruction over many years from Sumia to not talk when I get into the hall. And it goes against every politician instinct I have to not reach for the microphone. But I've been told over the years to try to just not talk and be present, and that was my plan tonight. But a number of people asked me to, and I want to honor that request. First, to the cooks who I think are gone, much appreciation for the food. To Colin and your team for bringing people together in what I thought was a good way, because when you talk to me, it's what you said to people here tonight, about trying to have conversation, trying to find unity and respect and solutions, what can be done. And didn't want the game plan and the playbook, but understanding where the spaces are. So the next thing I'll say is about the specifics of what we have in front of us with respect to the certificates people have talked about. At the broad level, though, the several conversations I'm hearing, one is about those certificates and what's happening and the province's actions, the pipeline company's actions, what the NISCA have been saying, and internal, what I would refer to as the Gitsan governance, Gitsan politics between chiefs and house groups. And that is a place that I don't weigh into as a rule, and I've also been instructed at that as well. That is not my place to come in and say what should happen within clans, house groups, between leadership and not. There's other things I could say, but I'll keep it there. So let me talk specifically about the certificates. And a number of people in the Kispiox Valley and some others asked for what exactly has been agreed to, what is the exact timeline, what is the very specifics. And so I asked the ministry that's implicated here, which is called Energy Mines and Low Carbon Innovation is their full name, Energy and Mines. And I asked them for a summary on this project specifically. I asked for all of the background, well, the basics. I said, I want this condensed, I want this in layperson's language, but I want it specific to when the permits are issued, when is their renewal, and everything I've heard from you, Colin, and others is affirmed with this. And I brought a bunch of copies that I'll leave at the front door for people to take, and I can email people as well, whatever you want. And there's a lot of specifics in here that I think answered some questions that were unanswered before. But what I got from Energy and Mines, I think also begs new questions about the permits. We know that the permit was initially issued for this project in 2014, November. It was given a 5-year extension in April of 2019 April, and it cannot get another extension. It is not permitted to get a second extension to this original permit they got in 2014, which was a permit granted, as you've seen, under an entirely different Environmental Assessment Act. There is a new Environmental Assessment Act in BC that has been since passed into law, which was, I wouldn't say co-drafted, but co-developed with First Nations leadership within the province, and is entirely different, and I would say a much, much higher standard with respect to a number of different parts, one of them being consultation. The second thing, and people have referred to this as well, that has changed since then, is that we now have under law the DRIPA, the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which is an enabling law that allows the government and informs the government, instructs the government to change other laws, the child and family law, the emergency Act law, which have all been changed to align with the Declaration Act. That's how that law works. Is you pass DRIPA, and then your duty is to change other laws that are colonial in nature to fall in line. I know this is maybe too much for other folks. The other thing that's changed about this permit from 10 years ago is the fact, I would say, that there's new ownership of this pipeline, there is a new destination of this pipeline, and there is broadly, as best as we can tell, and entirely, not entirely, that's incorrect, a new route in many places of this project. So the question that the proponents have to answer is this the same project that you were permitted for back in 2014? Should it not be better that you receive a new permit under environmental assessment laws that are current, that are DRIPA compliant, and that inform consultations? So the decision on that point, and again, I'm not an environmental lawyer, there are those in the room that probably clarify or better say what I'm trying to say. That decision point comes at the end of that 10-year mark, which is November of this year. That's when the EAO, the Environmental Assessment Office, will receive everything from the company and the proponents, in this case the NISCA, and they have to claim and demonstrate that quote, substantial start. We've talked about this. That's what the substantial. Have you begun fully, or not fully, have you substantially begun the project or not? One piece of this that came from Energy and Mines, and this we have to, I would argue, and I will take any points that, as you asked me earlier about being the advocate and voice about this. It says the EAO will consult with Indigenous nations and will include seeking views in regards to whether the project was substantially started and requesting any information. My question to the Environmental Assessment Office is, what does that mean? What does consultation mean? Because we know, we've seen different kinds. There's a spectrum, I would say, of meaningful consultation, which is to engage, I would argue, on this project, particularly with the Gitxsan, and how that engagement happens with the Gitxsan. I will be looking for direction from you, as Gitxsan people, and as other residents of Kispiox Valley and others. Does the EO need to come to this community? Does the Environmental Assessment Office need to engage beyond the hereditary leadership? What does the consultation need to look like to ask you the question that it needs to answer? That report in November goes to the Environment Minister, who makes the final decision as to whether the company gets to proceed under the old permit or they need to start a new permit process under the new Environmental Assessment Act. I don't know, some of you know this better than I ever will, but I hope that follows as to what the decision points are. The last thing I wanted to say, the NISCA, we believe, are beginning or have begun work within their NISCA lands. It's a 77 kilometer portion of the entire 900 kilometer pipeline. So I don't know, I haven't talked to the NISCA, I haven't talked to the company, that they will make the case that that 77 kilometers, which is around 8% of the entire pipeline route, if they begin digging, if they begin work on that, does that qualify as a substantial start to the project? I don't know if that's the case they're going to make to the Environmental Assessment Office, but I assume that's why they asked and have begun work in the lava beds in Visca, the Sims territory. That is what I believe is at play right now. I have further questions, and not for tonight to be answered, but I would be asking Gitxsan to understand exactly what has been permitted and what works have begun here, and how they have begun, and what implications that has on the province that we are permitting that work out. I want to understand how those permits are let, on the clearing that I'm hearing about, the map's gone, well, the clearing that we're hearing about within Gitxsan territory. Last thing I'll say about the signatures, because Art and others question the validity of those signatures that came from various chiefs. I'm not going to speak to the Gitxsan part of it as to what's a chief's obligation in terms of engaging with the will. That's, I feel like it's not necessarily my business to do that. But in terms of the quality of those signatures and the veracity, you asked this, Colin, about whether those signatures stand in BC law, not speaking about Gibson law, but are they sufficient? I think that is a fifth, I think I'm up to 5 components of whether this permit is valid, given those signatures at the time in 2014 and how they were achieved. Last thing I'll say is the first thing that I said, which is thank you, and that this, because of the hour, and that this is not a dialogue between you and me, but that I would be very much open and welcome to that in whatever form, if it's by WILP, if it's by larger community town hall, let's talk about that and arrange something. And that I very much agree that the critical time is very much right now in the coming days and weeks. I think in the government moves into what we call caretaker mode or interregnum just before an election, where big decisions stop. And they stop in advance of the election actually starting, sometime in early September. That cabinet, we had our last meeting today, and we do not have another one until a new cabinet is formed unless there's an emergency, fire or whatnot, that requires a cabinet decision. So government is slowly winding down any critical decisions, and it is, I don't know if it's against law, but it is against practice that a government that is facing an election makes big decisions just prior to the election. Although I would say that didn't stop Christy Clark from making a bunch of decisions a week before she went to the polls and was defeated. But that is seen as not common and not good practice because you were on your way out the door and you're dropping big decisions down, which is seen as bad governance. I think that's all I wanted to say, and then mostly the appreciation and recognizing the hour. Thank you for all that was said, when it's and others, just thank you for your unbelievable stamina and leadership over so many years fighting the good fight. Thank you, Colin, again. Thanks.
Everyone. So before, I'll ask Mike McWood to close us in a good way, but right before that, I know there's the pressing timeline where we do need to challenge the substantial start. I think to avoid any future hardship. Anyone feel free to reach out to me. I'm always here to support any will that we're doing. That type of work to benefit their territory, their will membership. And thank you very much, Nathan, just for touching on some of those key points and processes, because I think, I didn't share all my cards, so don't worry. I shared the basic level stuff. We got some stuff in the pocket, but ultimately, I think, in terms of this game plan for the next little bit, for any of the Gibson who will membership in the room, best case scenario again, we have unity between all parties in the Gibson. And we basically prove that not only is there no substantial start with respect to our territory, but the situation has degraded over the past 10 years to the point where it's far less substantial. And also, if we break this provincial agreement, it's easier if we do it together with the signatories. But if that's not the case as well, we can always challenge that area, challenge the province on the basis that it may not satisfactorily encompass the collective rights holders of the Gibson within that agreement. And so that's always another option. I'd say that'd be plan B. But anyone feel free to reach out. I'll schedule something for August so we can come together again. And yeah, I guess I'm just really grateful everyone showed up. I'm just a guy who, wrote some invoices to some friends and to rent the hall and, get some awesome local catering. And ultimately, just to bring people together at the grassroots. I just wanted to say a big thank you to Skeena Watershed. Always willing to support me when I'm doing this type of work. And, thank you to Dogwood. They covered a good portion of the catering and the hall rent tonight. And, we do have lots of friends. And trust me that I also want to clarify, I'm not in a decision-making role in any capacity when it comes to this project. I'm here just to help facilitate the conversation, get information out there, and to work with the will. And it's my hope that we can do this from a unified position and work towards those long-term strategic goals and values. So just overall, no, I've seen this from the bottom of my heart. I'm really grateful to everyone who not only came out tonight, but stuck around this long. It's, I don't even want to look at the time. Oh, an hour and 14 minutes past that. Okay. All right, I'll hand it over to Dad.
Thank you very much for everybody. We have him knowledge. When I came, the plan to get to Kahari, maybe we got experience with them, and not to doctor too. We work alone. We also needed to do this doctor. Amen.
Yep.